apologize for that. I lost track of time this morning. I've been up since 6, mostly because I wanted to do show prep and I wanted to work some more on my website. And I want to take a moment, and this isn't like a conspiracy theory sort of deal, but it is it is kind of alarming. If you are in web development, music is a little loud, okay? If you are in web development, or you're a programmer, or you do something that AI can take your job, I know a lot of people in the last couple of years have been saying AI is going to take your job. AI is going to take your job. People have been afraid since the 80s. The robots are going to take your job. Well, as I've said in the books on my shelf, Toyota Production Way, automation is great, but automation, you don't want to leave robots in charge of making a factory. I'm sorry, you don't want to leave robots in charge of running a factory, because robots are going to do whatever robots are going to do. And if they start to do something wrong, then they will continue to do that something wrong forever. And so you have to be very, very careful when you have robots doing a job, because if the robot gets confused, the robot will either 1, stop, or 2, it will continue on its best, most recent good instruction. And this was something that I was looking at Amazon. Amazon has a really great system for their automation in their warehouse movement. So in the old days, the way you would do inventory management you would have all these bays. And in these bays, you would have bay 1, shelf 4, slot 1 is X. So like you walk down rows and rows of shelves, you go to bay 1, you go to shelf 4, you go to slot 1, the item you're looking for is there. It's the only place we put the item, and we put every one of those items there. And so you would have, and I've seen logistics warehouses of all shapes, size, all over the place. And it was how it always was. You would have like a master inventory, and it would say, we'll just use for example, it would say non-serrated lock blades are in bay 1, shelf 4, slot 1. And then next to that might be serrated lock blades, and the next one might be non-folding non-serrated, and then non-folding serrated, and this is where you put all your items. That way, as you wander around, yeah, surely more war means an industrial economic boom for America. We'll talk about that in a second. So as you go around the factory, you find one of these and you put it in the fob, found on base, I don't know what they call it in the civilian world, but found in warehouse. And then eventually somebody picks up the found in warehouse bin and they go and restock everything. Except that's not how Amazon warehouses work. Amazon warehouses work like this. And I'll kind of, when you set up the factory, it has bays. And then a little robot comes over here and it grabs this entire pallet and it moves this pallet over here because people need to take stuff off of it. So the robot grabs this, brings this over here, and then the central computer says bay 1 equals empty, because we took the last thing out of bay 1. Now, the people pull off what they need from this pallet, but the computer says bay 3 equals empty. So now when a different robot comes up here and gets told this pallet can go away, it no longer will waste the time to take this back to bay 1. It won't do that. What it will do is it will take this and it will take it to bay 3. And once it drops it off, then the central computer says, understand the pallet of once again, of non-serrated lock blades is now in Bay 3. The problem with this is you can no longer have a warehouse manager on the floor with a clipboard because the robot, this computer, the automation is going to be moving stuff around all day, every day. It's a really great system. Except if you tell it to move a pallet and the human has put something other on that pallet, then the robot thinks that what it's moving around is non-serrated lock blades, and what it's really moving around is Stanley mugs. Because it doesn't know. It has no idea. Now, in the last few years, there has been some improvement where it rolls over scales as a quality check, and it knew that the pallet it took was supposed to weigh 400 pounds, and now the pallet weighs 200 pounds, and it can stop and it can error. It can spin a little red light and say, we have a mismatch. But at the end of the day, automation can only be as good as automation can be. With that said, I now believe that a lot of people's jobs are at risk due to AI, because in the last month, I have built a complete website. Now, I know a little bit about web design, a little bit. I'm not going to say I'm a great front-end person, and I'm not a great back-end person. But I am a good enough muddle the fuck through it and make something usable. And then over time, as people give me feedback and suggestions, I'll make those in. Like, this isn't like a magically delicious, difficult thing, right? But somebody that visited my website, they said, you know, it would be really helpful is if you could share right from the website, right from an album page. And I had no idea how the fuck to do that. I didn't have the first clue, right? So when you land at pgnmusic.com, you get shown 8 albums. Now, since I've built this, I have learned new shit, which I'll have to double back and go here for. But when you go into a genre and then you go into an album, you can share. I didn't know how to do that. And I had tried to do shit like that before. I had tried to do it. I'd been to HTML Camp, HTML Academy, all these fucking websites. And the problem with all these websites is all these websites teach you how to do things a little bit differently. So all I did was I said to ChatGPT, I was like, hey, I want social share buttons. How do I do it? It's the same thing on the bottom. I want a social share footprint on the bottom. How do I do it? And it's like, let me provide you with some options. Let me provide you with some alternatives. Gone are the days of having to spend hours and hours and hours and hours on website design. Wix is in trouble. All these other, like WordPress is in trouble. WordPress, in my opinion, is completely inefficient. Completely inefficient. WordPress is great if the template you find does 100 out of 100% of the things you want. But if what you want to do isn't exact, it doesn't work. Now, this is the other one that I've been working on, right? And this isn't stellar, this isn't amazing, this isn't cutting edge, but what it is it's functional and it's mine. And I understand it now. Zetrix taught me some stuff. I didn't know how to use it. But what I'm really, and I know, it's like, look what I made in kindergarten today. But the fact that when I write another article later today, this will automatically bump to there, that will automatically go over there, and the first 5 automatically update, that just made me happy. And I couldn't have done this. Yes, it can. It absolutely can. The problem with ChatGPT and setting up a website with it is understanding the limitations and not in once you get to a certain length, understanding that ChatGPT is no longer the appropriate tool for the job. ChatGPT can't look at 4,000 lines of CSS. It simply can't. So, for example, and this is where I lost about 3 hours of time over the weekend. I'm using a different AI that is more geared towards website design. And I ended up with a 1,700 line CSS file. And the problem is it can't keep 1,700 lines in its memory at one time. Well, what happened was I didn't make a backup and I allowed it to execute, and its solution, because it couldn't keep 1,700 lines in its memory at one time, was to delete 1,100 lines. Not really a good fucking turnout in Jalanville on Saturday night. And so in order to continue to be able to use AI until I get better at what I'm doing, I've had to do something that's not necessarily best practice, but I have a main style for the whole website. And then I have individual style sheets for each page, each section of the website. And where ChatGPT isn't really proficient is, and it's not unexpected, but you have page 1 and you have page 2 and you have page 3, and you want a button over here. Well, then it changes the CSS. But then if you're over here and you want a button, you as a human would say, I need to name that button something else. But ChatGPT says, oh, it's a button. So I'm going to change the CSS. And then you go back to your first page and the button doesn't work. Why? Because unless you specifically tell ChatGPT, I need you to create a button class specifically for this page, it will just keep changing the button code. I would not let the AI actively change the code. You wouldn't, because you're a little bit, further along than where I am. I could go in and I can change the code. I know how to do that. I know how CSS works, but I'm not fast at it. I'm not proficient at it. I think anybody that wants to work with ChatGPT or wants to work with AI, the best thing they can do is watch Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, and pay really close attention to all of the interactions with John Henry and how you have to speak, how the one character has to speak to John Henry, because John Henry is a baby AI and he's learning and he's growing. But yes, I would now agree that people who say my job is in danger from AI, where I used to say, don't worry about it, your job's not in danger from AI. Your job's in danger from AI. I also learned a very valuable lesson. One that I knew, but I'd never seen firsthand. Don't try to build the website. Build tools. Validate the tools that let you build the website. Because if you build tools, then what you're doing is, like I said, ChatGPT can only hold so many lines of code in its head at one time. So say, hey, I want to build a tool that does this function. Validate the output. This will now be the output. You don't have to worry about doing this piece anymore. This is what the output will be. So now I go in, I type in the shit, and I do it. Now, one thing where I saw AI is really terrible. I got this to work. Man, let me bring it up real quick. And this is where I see it being another 10 to 15 years before AI can fully replace humans. So I build this article thing, right? And again, not impressive. Better websites exist. But now that I understand it, I can grow from this. But what I did was I built this, right? And I still have to do the, you know, I want to be able to click on the image and I want to make it bigger. I haven't put that in yet. I know. It's like Jurassic Park. It's like number 479. But where AI struggles is when I wanted to make this page, appreciate the resub. When I wanted to make this page, I literally I said, this file name, copy exactly, and it didn't. Also, sometimes it does whatever the hell it wants. I never told it to make this sub-program, this sub-navigation thing. Never told it to do it. Never said to it, make this. It said, you know what would be great if I did this for you? Which then works, because I said, oh, you know what? That'll work good right there. As I get more games, these cards are probably too big for the landing. AI is great. AI is a tool. Also, speaking of people who are tools, what is with our society right now? 52 months, that's almost an entire B-52 strike against the nuclear enrichment plant. What is with people right now that do not understand the impact of the stupid shit that they say? And I've got a lot of examples of stupid shit that people that they say. Why are people so dumb? And then we're going to talk a lot about the War Powers Act today, because I can't believe people are this fucking dumb. This guy tried to shit on streamers who are making $28 an hour on Kick, saying he is making more doing DoorDash and that streamers need to get real jobs. Then he comes into my Discord to flex his weekly earnings. I don't know about you, but I would take even $20 an hour playing games from the comfort of my home over driving around to 150 places in a week. Now, I took this guy's numbers. Excuse me. I need to be Deadpool, man. I need a cure to cancer. When you drive, you should be setting aside 70 cents per mile for your vehicle. This goes to cover wear and tear, oil changes, and fuel. If people don't understand why the federal government reimburses employees at 70 cents a mile, that's because your tires, if you put top-end tires on your vehicle, you get 50,000 miles out of a set of top-end tires. Brakes, rotors, oil changes, right? Oh, we'll see how many miles this guy's probably doing in a year. You're going to need a transmission. You're going to need multiple alignments. That person made $28 an hour at $43 an hour. They said they made $28 an hour, but they really only made $26.04 because they forget that 56 minutes you just round up to the next hour. And when you add a whole hour in, it divides out your money. They made $26.04, but their dash time was 53 hours. Means they were committed to that activity, which takes them down to $21 an hour. Now again, $21 an hour is still good money. If they drove 30 miles an hour, that means they put 1,290 miles on their vehicle, which means they're going to put approximately 67,000 miles a year on their vehicle. That's at least 4 oil changes, assuming you're using synthetic oil. If you're not using synthetic oil, that's 10 oil changes. Now, the good part is 10 oil changes at non-synthetic oil is going to work out to be a little bit cheaper than 4 synthetic oil changes. $58,240 is what you're going to earn in the year, minus $9,460 in federal taxes. And I even based this person out of a state that doesn't have state tax, just so we could get a bigger number so people could feel better about themselves. But you're going to have a minimum of $1,600 in oil changes. I didn't put oil changes and tires. Oil changes and tires. And then I forgot to put in tires there. And then $9,391 in approximate annual gas cost. But yeah, door dashing wears down your vehicle. That's where you're going to put 67,000 miles on your car. You made $13.71 an hour after taxes and expenses. Versus, if you're going to work that $2,756, you get one full-time job at $20 an hour. You get a part-time job at $15 an hour. You're going to make $51,000 after taxes. You're going to have $43,000. You made $15.81. Tax write-off for mileage means only half that cost. I didn't take any of that. But remember, you can say I took a tax write-off for the mileage. Sure. Yeah. The problem is this. You just put 67,000 miles on your car. So what are you working for at that point? Some people have said, oh, well, I have a second vehicle to do my door dashing in. Okay. So you pay a second registration. That's $110 in my state. Yeah, you can't tell your car we didn't really drive 67,000 miles. I wrote it off. Also, realize you don't always get to claim all of your mileage, because if you, as a reminder, you can't claim negative. The IRS really doesn't like it when you say, because I had this problem. I was driving where after mileage, I was only making $10. Now, that was an honest deal because I picked up one class to teach. In order to pick up these 4 classes over here, the contract required that I pick up a class way the fuck over there. So the night that I drove out to the class after mileage, I really only made $10. You got to be careful with that. But when you say tax write-off for mileage, you're right. You get to write off the mileage. But I'm not personally familiar with how DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats works. Are you a W-2 employee? Or are you a 1099 contractor? Hello, how are you? I'm good. How are you? What did this person say? I'm a veteran and I'm not worried. My husband is an active duty Marine and not worried. Why is it always the losers who have never worn the uniform or the biggest crybabies? Don't worry, no one is asking your low testosterone medicated, probably overweight self. If you're a 1099E, then that's important to know. But it's also important to know that if you're a 1099E employee, you're spending another, dude, I'm gonna help you out. That's creepy as shit, and you've used 2 of your 3 strikes. That's creeper as shit behavior. Okay? Going into a random stream and saying you are so handsome, that's creeper as shit. That's the sort of behavior is why bars have angel shots. If you're a 1099 employee, then as the person said, you can say write-off mileage means only half that cost, but it also means that you're paying another 7% in self-employment tax. So, that's why I say to people, DoorDashers are probably not making the level of money they think they're making. They're getting some money in their pocket today, and then they don't realize in a year from now they're gonna be fucked. It was like maybe 5 years ago, a bunch of streamers I know, a bunch, like 16-ish, they all got audited because they didn't realize that Twitch submits a tax form on your behalf to the government. Some of these streamers weren't paying their quarterly income taxes. Remember, you pay quarterly income tax when you're a W-2 employee because your employer is sending their half of the money every 2 weeks or every week on your behalf, but that's why they do withholdings from your check. When you're an independent contractor, after you get a 1-year grace period when you're an independent contractor, after that first year, you have to file quarterly taxes if you anticipate that your annual tax liability is going to be in excess of $600. Well, it's really hard not to have because you have to pay self-employment tax. So if you're a 1099 contractor on DoorDash, then reduce your income by another 7%. But here's the trick to that. If you don't want to be a streamer and you don't want to try to grow a brand and you don't want to try to do all the work, then get a job. Being a streamer doesn't automatically come with champagne and caviar. It doesn't automatically come with a giant paycheck. Yeah, Asmongold comes out and he talks about how he made over $100,000 in a week on Kick because he gets paid based on his viewership. People that say, why can't Kick do that? Well, Kick could do that. I'm sorry, why can't Twitch do that? Why can't Twitch pay every streamer a flat rate? They could, if their income was not based on viewer support to the streamer, if it was based on gambling. Amazon could absolutely afford to throw every streamer a little bit of money an hour. But then what would be more likely is Amazon would just get rid of all the people that are streaming to 0 people, and then it would be harder to break in. And my first article, I'm going to get back to writing that ebook that I've wanted to write now that I'm healthier than I've been in years. And one of the biggest things is don't expect to make any money for the first year that you're a streamer because you're starting a business. You're literally starting a business. Like, I want to let you guys know, in the politics category right now, I am the 6th most watched show in politics. That seems crazy, doesn't it? I'm the 6th watched political streamer. And to just put that into some perspective, right? $272, right? It needs to be read. 272, 145, 80, 39, 26, and 23. Right? There's not a lot of money. There's not a lot of money to be made in the politics category. Let's flip this low to high. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. All these people streaming to 1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. So 16, 18 streamers are only streaming to themselves. I get it, but why does Twitch is incurring a cost for those 18 streamers streaming to themselves? There's no zeros. Nobody isn't that one just Nightbot? Or it's themselves watching their own show, or it's You know, you should always be watching yourself. You should always be watching yourself. And when you're first getting started, you should be watching yourself, and you should have 2 friends that are watching you to put you at 3, which puts you way above the cut line, which means you actually have some level of discoverability. You have some level of it. But all these people that say, well, I've been streaming on Twitch for 7 years and it's so hard. Yeah, get your spouse, get your partner, like get your whoever to watch and chat with you. And they don't even need, the audience doesn't need to know that person is your spouse or your partner. Guess what? For a while, people would have thought that Frostpaw was my spouse. People would have thought that Sweet Tart was my spouse. There were a handful of people that showed up every time I streamed just to say, yeah, don't say, hey, babe, to your partner. Say, hey, chat. Be like, that's a good point. So I'm working on this ebook, and I'm going to make progress on it. Probably not. Something else will get my attention. I'm fucking ADHD to an extreme level. You thought Grumpy Old Man was related to me for the longest time? Dumb confession? Not a dumb confession, because that's how I am with people in my community. Once I know people in my community, I'm gonna make fun of them. I'm gonna loop them in because it's a community. See, in some ways, I would love to have Asmongold's level of viewership, because I would love that level of income so that I could pay it forward. Like, do you think I would be wasting 6 hours a day building a website if I made $100,000 last week? I wouldn't even be supervising the guy supervising the website. I would give a manager, I'd give Rail a pile of money and say, here's a pile of money, here's my requirements for the website. Get the website done. If I was making Asmongold level money, Sweet Tart would be working for me, and I'd be like, hey, take a class or something and figure out social media, because you're running that division in 6 months. You have 6 months. Now, with that said, let's talk about public relations. Let's talk about public relations in the form of the War Powers Act. I am gonna say something that might sound hypocritical, but then I'm gonna say it, and then I'm gonna clean it up. It's amazing to me that over the weekend, everybody became scholars on the Constitution and the War Powers Act, when the week before they were all scholars on immigration policy. And the week before that, they were all scholars on P. Diddy and capital murder cases. And a couple of weeks before that, they were all scholars on premeditated murder 1 and Luigi Mangione. And before that, they were all scholars on election campaign finance law and whether or not Biden could drop out of the race and then the Democratic Party not hold primaries. The trick here is that I'm well versed in all those areas because my background is in political science, marketing, history, education, and biomedical technology. The only thing that took me out of the social studies side, right? So here's the social sciences, and here's where I live, except the military took me over here in engineering and said, do this. But math over here, you know, fuck math. I don't do math. The rest of science, bio, I know anatomy and physiology. Chem, I know a little bit of organic chemistry. Physics, get fucked. I don't, computers, programming, all that shit, get away from me. I don't know. I don't know. You'll notice that I came in, I talked about AI, I talked about my muddling through AI, and Salty was like, I would never let the AI change the code because Salty knows more than I do. When people see my code, like one day I put up the PGN Music website and somebody messaged me, they say, "Hey, you dumb fuck, you left your Twitch secret in a publicly accessible file." Oh shit. First thing I did when I got up the next morning was delete that shit and make a new API key. When people know more than you, shut up and listen to the people that know more than you. So let me clear up a piece of confusion. You're supposed to generate small pieces of code and glue them together. Sure. I agree with that. Here's the problem. What type of glue? Am I supposed to use paste? Am I supposed to use rubber cement? Am I supposed to use super glue? Am I supposed to use epoxy? See, what you just said is a great thing. And what you said was a thing that I encountered for years before Zetrix built my site, and then I couldn't use it because I didn't look at the code and even understand what the code was and what the glue was. See, and that's the problem with people who are subject matter experts that forget the principle of explain it to me like I'm 5. I want to explain the War Powers Act to people like they're 5, and I don't mean to sound condescending, but a lot of people don't grasp the idea that your 2-second reading of the War Powers Act doesn't mean you understand it. Especially even worse is when people don't understand shall, will, must. If you've been on my show for a while, you know that I've broken down the words shall, will, and must. Must. You must do this. There is no option, right? Now, the War Powers Act has a really big problem in it. And the War Powers Resolution, the power that it has is that it doesn't properly disseminate the word, it doesn't properly use the word shall. And the reason why this is a problem is because in one section of the War Powers Act, the consultation section, and this is where people are caught up on, they're caught up on this section. The president in every possible instance shall consult. Well, the problem here is that this shall, since it's in every possible, this shall is by verbiage, by law, by context, by construct, optional. This shall is optional. The president in every possible instance shall consult with Congress before introducing United States Armed Forces into hostilities or into situation where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances, and after every such introduction shall consult regularly with the Congress until the United States Armed Forces are no longer engaged in hostilities or have been removed from such situations. Now, these shalls are optional in every possible instance. And you're right, what defines what is possible? Is it saying in every possible instance where it's possible that I consult with you? Or are you saying in every possible instance? Is the possible going to every? Or is the possible going to instance? Well, due to the way the Supreme Court interprets things, this possible is referencing that every. So in every possible, if it is possible. I don't think they intended it to be written that way. But guess what? That's how it's being interpreted. Now, The president shall submit within 48 hours to the Speaker of the House and to the President pro tempore of the Senate a report in writing. Well, this is where I said the military has to follow Title 10. The military has to follow a law that specifically breaks down what is shall, what is will, and what is must. Well, if the president shall submit within 48 hours a report, and this shall is mandatory, then I understand why some people are saying this shall is mandatory. He was on the shitter. It wasn't possible. There are 435 members of Congress. There are 435 members of the House of Representatives. There's 100 senators. There's untold aides, pages, assistants. You're talking about trying to have a classified military operation. Let's just call it easily 2,000 people are aware. I don't think that works. At the same time, as you heard me mention last week, the president is supposed to convene the Gang of 8. He's supposed to convene, oh, it's the Gang of 10 now, but Gang of 8 just sounds better, like Pirates of the Caribbean. 9 pieces of 8, as opposed to 9 pieces of whatever junk we have sitting around. You're supposed to call together the minority and the majority leader of both houses, which automatically, well, let me foot stomp that. No, it doesn't automatically include all the people you need anymore, because you could summon the majority leader from the House and not get the Speaker of the House. So you're supposed to get the majority leader of the majority and the minority leader in both houses, which should in theory get you the president pro temp and the speaker. And then you're supposed to get the ranking members of the Intelligence Committee, and you're supposed to say, I'm about to bomb the shit out of Iran. But he didn't do that. But he's not required by law to do that. The president doesn't have a Discord with Congress. No, but all his undersecretaries have a Signal chat, right? All he really has to do is mention it to the appropriate delegate or the appropriate committee that it was assigned by the appropriate congressional action the way it's written. That means he has to call a fucking administrative aid. Right. But he doesn't even need to do that. Because that's not what the law... It's not what the law says. It's sure as fuck what they intended. But, as we all know, what's intended and what's legal are two totally fucking different things. But I think I have a little multimedia footage, because what I don't like, why are you so ridiculously large? What I'm not a big fan of the fact that people are shitting. Again, I am not pro-Trump. I am not pro-Trump. I'm pro the office of the President of the United States. That's what I'm pro. I am pro respecting the office of the institution, even if you don't respect the individual sitting in the seat.
Last night, on my orders, America's armed forces began strikes against ISIL targets in Syria. Today, I authorized 2 operations in Iraq. Targeted airstrikes to protect our American personnel, and a humanitarian effort to help save thousands of Iraqi civilians.
Okay, here's the problem. Democrats, if you're a Democrat, I'm gonna try to be more middle of the road so that I don't lose viewership all the time. Democrats, I totally respect your position, and I even understand some of the argument, because at the time, remember, Congress gave Junior a blank check to go to war when they declared war on an idea And that was the global war on terrorism. When you declare war on an idea, you're not there's no Mike Charlie, there's no mission complete, there's no victory. Because there's still terrorism today. We didn't win the war on terrorism. But President Obama was still operating under the umbrella of the war on terrorism. So if he hits targets in Syria, he can just say, well, we're at war. Yeah, it reminds me of the war on drugs. Absolutely. It's a war. It's like the war on poverty. Well, what's the war on poverty? It's a war on poor people. It's not a war on poverty. It's a war. How do we get rid of poor people? It's like, I swear to God, this is a true statement. Oh my God, I've been out of college for 26 years. About 27 years ago, I was in a political science class. It was a sociology and political science cross-reference class. It was solving modern social issues. And the topic of the day was dealing with the homeless problem. And a girl in class didn't even look up from her notebook. So she's in the back of the class, right? She's like this in the back of class. If you feed the homeless to the hungry, you solve two problems at once. What the fuck? Feed the homeless to the hungry and solve two problems at once? I thought the professor was going to lose his shit. The professor was like, it's not the worst idea I've ever heard. We arrest people for being homeless now. It's great. I don't fathom
last night
the idea that, and I don't have the Hillary quote because the Hillary quote I couldn't download, but Hillary Clinton, let me see if I can get her quote really quickly, because she outright said something directly on par that what Trump said. She said, I'm gonna bomb the shit out of them. The only difference is Trump said, I'm gonna bomb the shit out of them. I don't care. He actually said it. Hillary Clinton turned around and she had like that polite speech. Yeah, here it is.
I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them. That's a terrible thing to say, but those people who run Iran need to understand that, because that perhaps will deter them from doing something that would be reckless, foolish, and tragic.
Wait a minute. So in 2008, the Democratic front runner for president, because at the time she was still the Democratic front runner, literally said, I'm gonna bomb the shit out of Iran, but we're gonna say Donald Trump didn't have the authority to do it. He didn't have the right to do it. He didn't have the power to do it. The Constitution says. I also want to point out to people that are using the argument, both sides, you're both wrong. If your argument is, well, the Constitution gives the president authority over the Army and the Navy, because that's what the Constitution specifically states. Well, it was the Air Force that carried out the operation, not the Army. And not, if you're going to get caught up on the little things, if you're going to get caught up on one of the little things, then you got to be understanding that the actual Constitution, if you're a constitutionalist, the War Powers Act expanded, yeah, it did. But you can't make the argument that says, because you have to say the War Powers Act. If you want to say, because if your argument is that the president shall be commander-in-chief of the Army and the Navy, that the president as commander-in-chief can dispatch the B-2 bombers to bomb the shit out of Iran, you can make that statement. But what I'm going to say is, you're wrong. Because we didn't amend the actual Constitution. We passed other laws, and one of the laws we passed was the War Powers Act, which instead of telling the president that he has the right to use the Army and the Navy, it says he has the right to use all of the assets of the Department of Defense. Or I think more specifically, it says military power. Which means when we create the Space Force, Jesus, I'm embarrassed I used to be Air Force, but we have a Space Force now. President doesn't need congressional approval to launch a cyber war. Both sides are right. Both sides are wrong. Both sides need to just sit down, make their argument without throwing slings and arrows at the other side. You think the president was wrong for unilaterally bombing Iran? I do too. I think the president was wrong for unilaterally bombing Iran. But the office of the President of the United States has the authority to do it. I think I morally believe he was wrong for doing it. Politically, the office of the president has to have that power. The office of the president must have that sword in the golf bag. I would prefer a carrot. I would prefer a stick. I think going to military might over the weekend was premature, because this isn't Top Gun Maverick. This isn't a country that has 7th gen fighters. It's not like we're hearing that Iran is about to online a 12th gen state-of-the-art anti-aircraft system where we're not going to be able to get into the country ever again. We're going to show up. If we wanted to show up right now, Iran would have no idea. Iran would have no idea. And I think I have a video that talks about this. Why all the Middle Eastern countries are so terrified. Sorry, my window. These, I normally know where they are positionally. And I don't know where they are positionally because this fucking thing is misbehaving. Oh. This is one. This is where people start talking about military technology, not understanding anything.
The United States has never encountered a target that required a bomb of this size. We have other very, very large bombs, such as the Moab, which is the mother of all bombs, as they say.
That mother of all bombs, weighing more than 21,000 pounds, was dropped by U.S. forces on ISIS targets in Afghanistan in 2017. But the Bunker Buster, even heavier. Experts say the Bunker Buster has a thick, hard shell designed to withstand the impacts of the ground and plunge to the depths it needs to reach, with explosives in a fuse that also needs to be robust enough to penetrate the ground. The Bunker Buster doesn't have the biggest blast area, experts say, because it's designed to burrow into the ground before exploding. The only plane that can carry the Bunker Buster, the B-2 Spirit stealth bomber, flown by a 2-pilot crew, capable of flying about 6,000 nautical miles without refueling and eluding an enemy's most sophisticated defenses. The likely target of the Bunker Buster, if the U.S. were to get involved in this conflict, Fordo, an Iranian nuclear enrichment site buried deep under a mountain, beneath possibly 300 feet of rock. A key question: could the Bunker Buster really damage Fordo significantly? Experts say the Bunker Buster can penetrate about 200 feet into the ground, maybe more. But if the key targets at Fordo are about 300 feet under?
One bomb isn't going to penetrate that. You're going to have multiple hits at the same spot.
So that guy, he's like, it's not our biggest bomb. You're right. It's not our biggest bomb. It's not our biggest bomb. It's not even that really impressive of a bomb. It doesn't have to be. Its job is to go 200 feet down and then blow up. We have other we have other bombs that do other things. Yes, we have a Moab. Yes, we have thermobaric bombs. I don't we literally have bombs that ignite the oxygen all around you. I don't know why people keep thinking the US doesn't have all the toys. We have all the toys, but it's not the right tool for the job. I mean, you can go out into your backyard and you can use a circular saw to trim your branches. And you might get lucky and it work once. It might work twice. But eventually, if you keep trying to cut your fucking branches with a circular saw, you're going to lose an arm. That's why you have a reverb saw. There's a right tool for the job. And if you don't have the right tool for the job, you're probably a terrorist organization or you're probably freedom fighters because you're using what you can. But the US, I think this is the
United
video
States has never
where the guy's going to say we need to use a nuke. Is this the one?
It's pronounced Allahu Akbar.
Oh, no, that's not the one. Is it you? I'm sorry, guys.
A lot of people put irrevocable trust.
Yeah, I got a lot of this fucking menu popping up the way it did. It just irritates me. Let's listen to this one. This one's important too.
At midnight Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike package comprised of bombers launched from the continental United States. As part of a plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy. At approximately 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:10 a.m. Iran time, the lead B-2 dropped two GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordo. As the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern time. Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran, with the Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Esfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation. Following weapons release, the midnight...
What does it mean for America? Nothing at all. We still live and move on. It means a lot for America. First of all, we used 14 out of the 20 of the MOPs that we have. That means this morning, some military contractor got a priority 1 sustainment order. There's a lot of people that are going to be making a lot of money this week and the next couple of weeks. And when I say a lot of people, I mean an awful lot of people. Because we used 70% of our MOP inventory. It means a lot for America. No, we didn't launch from Diego Garcia. We sent a 6-ship package from Whiteman to DG, and we allowed it to be known that we were sending 6 B-2 bombers down to Diego Garcia. So no, they can't. We can't even launch from Diego Garcia. We can't even launch the B-2 bomber from Diego Garcia. We sent them to the Pacific where they do launch from, and we let it be known that we were launching from there. So that the world wouldn't be actively looking for the others, well, for 7 others. And it's the first time that bomb has been used. When is the chance it will be used again? Pretty high because it's non-nuclear. the better question that you need to ask yourself is, what is the likelihood that governments will build bunkers only 200 feet down when they find out we can get you there? See, there's where it changes. Osama bin Laden and a lot of other terrorist organizations operating low tech out of caves because they think we can't deal with them while they're in caves. So we drop a fucking Moab on them and we cause backdraft into all the caves and we fucking barbecue everybody. Nice thing about a cave, it gives you a lot of protection from kinetic and ballistic weapons. Does almost nothing for thermobaric weapons, because if you have oxygen, this bomb can ignite that oxygen. So what? Right after that, we stopped having problems with people basing out of the mountains. Now you're going to have bases built into the center of kilometer-high mountains instead. Well, first of all, that's good, because it takes an awful long time to build that base. That activity creates an awful big footprint, and then we can say, what you doing over there? Because you know what they're not doing right now? You know what? Unfortunately, you know what they're not doing in Iran this morning? They're not enriching uranium. That's what they're not doing. Again, does the Islamic Republic of Iran have the right to develop nuclear power? Yes, they have that right. They are a sovereign nation. In fact, they are a sovereign nation that has said, we only want to enrich uranium to 60 or 70% so that we can build nuclear reactors. We don't want to enrich it to 90% to make weapons. It's going to take them decades to build that, and then they're going to find out that America has a different bomb that goes down 200. Right. Or it goes down 600 instead of 200. In what case do you see us using them again in the near future? I see them using it in the near future for any other Iranian bunkers that we find out about. Because you think they only had the 3? Remember, as I said, the shift for regimes, you think China doesn't have bunkers that deep? Now we figured out that if what we did works, it shows the world that we have another tool in our toolbox. If what we did didn't work, it means we go to Lockheed, Raytheon, Boeing, General Electric, and we say, hey, military contractors, that bomb didn't work. We need a bigger boom. See, you don't want to be fighting with weapons that the enemy knows about. You want to be fighting with weapons the enemy has no idea about. I also want to remind everybody, the OG statement I made was, we live and keep living. Right, but here's where you need to be careful with that. I don't want another 9/11. I don't know what video you watched, Astro Edge, but the video that you watched was... I can't say the video was wrong because I didn't watch the video you watched, but it's not 5% or 3.5%. It's 70%, 90%. So I don't know. I don't know what the author of the video you were watching was referencing, but no, you have to enrich uranium to 90% for weapons grade. Now, as far as I don't want another 9/11, let me go back to that. The reason why we have to recognize a problem. In the last year of Joe Biden's presidency, a little over 14,000, but less than 15,000 Iranians were stopped by Border Patrol, ICE and Border Patrol. 7,300 of them were allowed in the country. No, energy isn't 3.5%. No, it's not 1,400 and 700. It's 14,000 and 7,000. No, it's not 1,400 and 700. It's 14,000 and 7,000. Don't know where you're getting your numbers. Right? And Astro, the number showed on screen. I don't have it at the touch of a button right now. Why don't you send me your quote? You're talking about a typical light water reactor. There's a lot of sleeper cells in the United States. Yeah. I don't think a lot of people realize in the months after 9/11, there was over 500 publicly released the culmination of investigations. We had over 500 investigations in the United States that resulted in arrests. That's a lot. That's a lot. And that's only the ones that the details of it were released. So let me see if I can grab this number real quick. Are you talking about this wonderful, are you talking about this news story? Are you referencing this one? Because that's a great summation by the news networks that isn't reality. That's the southern border. That was over 1,500 Iranian nationals who illegally entered the U.S. at only the southern border. That's not all of them. Do you think a second war on terror would happen if another large-scale terrorist attack happens in the United States? I think if a large-scale terrorist attack happens in the United States under President Trump, I think it will be a very short war, because I don't think his commitment to not putting boots on the ground will result in us going into an area. I see him returning whichever country sponsored or allowed that to happen. I see him returning that country to factory settings. If we knew they came from Saudi Arabia and we called Saudi Arabia and said, hey, we were just hit by people who based out of your country. We were talking about illegals. But you went off of a mainstream media story that only talked about one little tiny minor part of how many were stopped at just the southern border. I didn't say how many were stopped at the southern border. I mean, I want to remind you, we've got a giant fucking border called Canada that people come across all the time. No, that was not the total of illegals that was counted for, and I have already showed it on screen. That was the total number of illegals literally at the southern border. The article you read literally said at the southern border. So, when you take that and you don't get all of your news from mainstream media, and then you start looking at ICE reports, right? And you start looking at FBI data. Over 1 year, it was 15,000. Okay, let me help you out. I went and found your point for you, and I have literally told you I don't have the report at my fingertips. So, you got your information from a mainstream media article, doubled down on it and said that was the total of illegals, and I showed you that was only at the southern border. I don't have a single culmination of all the ICE reports. But I think if we want to be logical about this for just a second, you're doubting me, but I've already proved you wrong. So I think in the scorecard, I think it's more reasonable to accept my number because you doubled down on it was all, and I showed you it was at the southern border. Also, it's a Fox News report. It's an American mainstream media news report. Why would you ever trust it? You gotta go into the data. You gotta go into the research. You actually gotta dig. With the trade deal Trump has lined up with the Saudis, if the U.S. reset Iran to factory settings, is that the end of it? Would anyone else pick up where Iran left off? Yes, there will be people that pick up where Iran leaves off. The problem with a power vacuum is that as soon as you remove the top of a power vacuum, but you made an imaginary number when there isn't even that many Iranian nationals in the United States. It is estimated that between 1.2 and 2 million people of Iran descent live in the United States. So you are now off by a magnitude of a lot. You said there's not even 14,000 Iranians in the United States. There's at least 1.2 million. At the very least, 1.2 million. At the very least. So, where are you? What now? $385,000 Iranian-born individuals reside in the United States. So that, even if we only take Iranian-born, that's still in order of magnitude of 30 times what Remy thought was living here. 30 times. So what you're ultimately saying, the argument was that you said there weren't even this many, but there's at least this many who were born in Iran living here. My number was that 14,000 total tried to gain entry into the United States illegally, and the number was something like 7,300 of them were allowed in. Just because Fox News said 1,400 and 700 at the southern border doesn't make this number any less valid. Because remember, and this is what I don't think people grasp, every single day at O'Hare, LaGuardia, Atlanta, LAX, people show up and they try to walk in through customs, and for one reason or another, they don't have something that they needed. They don't have the right visa. They don't have the right paperwork. Every single day this happens. The Tom Hanks movie, The Terminal, isn't far-fetched. The story behind why he got denied. There's a lot of Iranians on the loose. Who cares? What's wrong with a Persian being in the country? I want to remind you, until 9/11, the most profound terrorist attacks that happened in the United States were committed by Americans. You think every Iranian living in the country is a bad person? I don't want to round all them up. Not when Washington, D.C. is full of a bunch of criminal cocksuckers. You want to round anybody up, round up the 535 members of Congress. Tammy Duckworth, probably. Most of them probably have good intentions. Most of them just want freedom to have freedom. Now, are some of them terrorist assholes? Probably. At the same time, I think we can look at some of those militias in America. They're probably terrorist assholes too. But see, we need to be careful when we're a society of people that look at one news article and then start to form a basis of our entire world outlook based on a number. But then we accuse other people of having imaginary numbers. We say, I discount you because I think your number is imaginary. And then when I continuously, here's the receipt, here's the receipt, here's the receipt. Now, do I have this ICE report from this morning? No. Should I? Probably. Did I have a lot of things going on this morning? Yeah. But when you say you made up an imaginary number because there's not even that many Iranian nationals living in the country, but you're off by a magnitude of 30, that's bad. If you take 1.2 million and assume 1/10 are radicalized, what number does that give you? It gives you 120,000 radicalized Iranians. But let's keep the number. Let's keep the number. And I don't doubt you. I don't doubt 10% of the 1.2 million are radicalized. But the only receipt you show is the population of Iran. We were talking about illegals. I wasn't talking about illegals. I don't know. I don't know where you missed the boat about illegals. I said over the number that were stopped and detained by Border Patrol and ICE, 7,000 were allowed into the country. You dialed down on the fact that it was only 1,400. I showed you that that was just the southern border. Then you accused me of using a fictitious number because you said, and what you said was, what you accused me of was making up an imaginary number because there aren't even that many Iranian nationals. Because it's not an article, son. It's a report that I can't put my hands on in the middle of the show. But you said, this is the piece. There isn't even that many Iranian nationals in the United States. Fuckwit, how many more times can I break this down for you? You said that there were less than this in the country. There's this many of them in the country. So you were wrong about, it's not that hard to pull up an ICE report that I pulled up at 5:45 this morning. Yeah, it's a little hard, man. It's a little difficult. Right, you said you were wrong, but now here's the problem. You were wrong the first, and you never said you were wrong. Just so we're clear. The I was wrong never came out of your mouth until now. You might have meant to apologize. You never did. Okay? With that said, because your number was disproven in the media article, and then the overall population number was wrong, you're like, well, now I have to be proven. But I don't owe you that answer because I've shown you were wrong twice now. Either you want to trust that I prep my shows or you don't. If you don't, then you shouldn't stay because I'm the wrong creator. Or am I not the streamer? I am the streamer. I wasn't doing a discussion point. That's not what I had prepped. We ended up there. Which happens. You can either go do the research and prove me wrong, or the fact that I've proved you wrong now twice with your beliefs, you could say, wow, maybe that guy does do his show prep. Maybe that guy was able to find the story that I was referencing faster than I was able to put it into the chat. Because I did. I went and found what you were talking about. Then resulted in name calling over debate. Which name did I call you? Because I don't think I've said Remy is a fuckwit. I think I said some people. I didn't say Remy is a fuckwit. I was referencing the behavior that you were demonstrating, because that's fuckwit behavior. You read one. I don't think I ever referred to Remy as a fuckwit. See, if I want to call you a fuckwit, I'm a big boy. I will say Remy is a fuckwit. When I say we have to get rid of this fuckwit behavior, and you're offended by that, then on some level you identify you were behaving as a fuckwit, which is absolutely true, because I showed you in the article where it says at the southern border. I wasn't aware that we didn't have a northern border. I wasn't aware that we don't have immigration. Hey, fuckwit is what you said, and I'm the only one chatting on the screen, in the stream. There weren't all these statements. The other 31 are bots. They're not bots. You can actually, yeah, Wolfagar's not a bot. Phelan's been chatting. I think one of these people actually addressed you. Phelan is also a fuckwit. Dude, why would they type one if they're not a bot? They're literally talking to you. And now you're just, yeah, we're just lurking. Salty Bread is probably working on the other screen. Yeah, you addressed him. There's 4 accounted for. Yeah, there's 5 accounted for. Congratulations, man. Sweeze is at work. So, what's your point, man? You've never heard of lurkers? Adaptable Fox is driving. I know where Rail is. I know where Delaron's at work. It's during his workday. I don't know some of these people, but that's okay. I don't need to know all of them. Sprocketbot is a bot. Nightbot is a bot. Stream Elements is a bot. But none of those should be counting against my 30. There's Terry. So what is it? What is it, man? Are you mad that you came into a channel with your fuckwit behavior? And then you got called out on it? And then you were wrong? I mean, is it... I'm not mad at anyone. Well, you clearly are, because you got aggressive. You accused my community of being bots, which I take as a personal offense, because I'm one of the few Twitch streamers that deliberately goes out of my way to make sure I don't have any bot followers. All 8,000 or whatever followers I have are legitimate accounts. And if you don't believe that, I will show you that. But, I mean, you clearly were a streamer at some point. And here's the thing. I don't even need to take too big of a guess. So you showed timestamps of people chatting that was 4 minutes prior to us. Yeah. And what? I showed timestamps of people that 4 minutes prior. I have an adult audience, many who work from home, or who are driving, or who are dealing with small children. What's your point? Is the fact that all those people have not now said something to you? How many of them have been subscribers on my channel for multiple months or years? There's not a bot. At some point in your life, man, you tried to be a streamer. You're a small streamer trying to make it in a big streaming world. So you was calling someone a fuckwit that talked 4 minutes ago, or me. I didn't call you a fuckwit. I didn't call anybody in my chat a fuckwit. I made a reference to fuckwit behavior. If I thought you were a fuckwit of a magnitude that needed to be addressed, I would have addressed it by calling you a fuckwit and then banning you. The point is this. I was able to reference a media article from memory this morning that I knew you had referenced. I showed it to you. I put it on the screen. I said, that's at the southern border. You obviously missed the point where I said or showed it's at the southern border. So I showed it a second time. Then I revealed your bias, your intellectual bias, because you were operating under the assumption that there wasn't even 14,000 Iranians in the country. There's 1.2 million. If you only want to go Iranian-born people, leave VODs on when you end the stream. I'll gladly go back and clip it and send it to you. Great. But let me help you out then. If I did inadvertently call you a fuckwit, I'm not going to apologize. Because at this point, you're being a fuckwit. Yeah, you should be able to do that now. My VODs are, oh no, my VODs aren't active because of, I wasn't asking you to. Wasn't asking me to what? Oh, yeah, apologize? Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Because you're being a fuckwit right now. Now, back to my other point, since I help streamers. At some point, you were a small streamer trying to make it in a big streaming world. Okay? This behavior is probably why you failed. Because you are so adversarial when you get called out for being wrong that you're like, if you really cared, you should have just come back with receipts. But I don't really feel it necessary to continue a discussion about deportation numbers with somebody. I don't play games anymore. I'm not playing games either. So what's your point? You just lost that argument as well. You don't play games anymore. Neither do I. I'm not in a game category. But your statement was there's not even 14,000 Iranians in the country, and there's 385,000. So honestly, then the fuckwit behavior is, why are you trying to be so confrontational when you lack the requisite pre-understanding? Just be like, the first time you get, oh shit, man, maybe I should like back off a bit because that article says the southern border. And you don't think correlation stands to reason? 50% of the Iranians at the southern border were let in the country. So you don't think correlation stands to reason that 50% overall? Yeah. So.
At midnight Friday into...
Where's the tactical nuke one? Sorry, I couldn't find it because I filed it under T for tactical nuke, not N for nuke.
Now they're saying our bunker will not penetrate the Iranian mountain. So the only thing that will penetrate it is a tactical nuclear weapon.
For anybody that doesn't understand how tactical nuclear weapons work, if a bunker buster won't penetrate, a tactical nuke won't penetrate. Tactical nuclear weapons are not penetrating weapons. That's just not what they're designed for. Yeah, nukes detonate in the air. And if you want the EMP burst, you detonate them higher in the air. Because you're not interested in barbecuing people at that point. You're interested in disrupting electronics. So, if you use a SAR bomb, you might reach the underground bunkers with the crater. Maybe. But again, it's not really the design of that particular weapon. U.S. military should strap me to a bunker bus and drop me in. Nice. Using a 50 megaton nuke on an underground bunker might be a slight overreaction. Well, using nuclear weapons at all is an overreaction. If we're gonna just be honest about it.
Now they're saying
we don't need to nuke anyone. It's just not necessary. For those of you that last week when I said we're responsible for Iran, a lot of people weren't happy about that one.
Believe it or not, we are the ones responsible for this. In 1951, this man, Mohammad Mossadegh, was democratically elected by the people of Iran. He was named Time Magazine's Man of the Year, specifically for standing up to Western imperialism. But he did something unforgivable to the West, which was to nationalize the Iranian oil industry. So what do? Well, we sent in the CIA to overthrow his government in a secret operation called Project Ajax. We then installed the Shah, who gave us unfettered access to the oil, but was also a brutal dictator. We're talking about secret police, torture, executions. And this eventually led to the rise of the Ayatollah and the Islamic fundamentalist regime that we know today in Iran. In fact, the US has repeatedly overthrown secular governments in the Middle East because they oppose Western imperialism. We just talked about Iran, but there was also Iraq in 1963 and also in 2003 with Saddam Hussein, Afghanistan in the 1980s, Libya in 2011, Syria also in 2011. Those are under Obama. I mean, if you take a look at this map, it's almost like it's not about the nuclear weapons. Please, let's not get lied into yet another regime change war in the Middle East.
Well, I agree with that. It's going to be another regime change war. And as you saw last week, last Wednesday, because I didn't stream politics on Friday, the ousted prince of Iran is talking about his 100-day transition plan after the Iranian people rise up and overthrow the government. How does that individual even believe that they got the job? I don't think Iran is going to look like Iran after it's all said and done. I think Iran, dude threw his name into the mix. Like, hey, this is an opportunity for me to become a king. Let me pretend. Oh, are you playing the victim card now, Remy? I'm going to pause the show because Remy wants to throw the victim card. No, you're absolutely throwing the victim card. Or the people in chat talking to me that I've never spoken to. So what you're saying is the people in a chat aren't allowed to watch your temper tantrum and your fuckwit behavior and not call you out on it. You literally called my entire viewership bots, accusing me of botting, when if I was botting and I made Twitch partner 5 years ago, I'd be pulling a smurg and be paying for 10,000 embedded streams. So you said you've never talked to them or you've never spoken to, but you accused my entire community of being bots, of which most of them who are here responded to you. More than half of the channel responded to you. Was you wrong? Yes, you were wrong. You were absolutely wrong. I don't know how much more. I don't know how much more you could be. How much wronger, more wrong you could be. That individual that you just said, was I wrong? Following since May 8th, 2022. And my bot has subscribed for 12 months. This is probably why you failed as a streamer. Because you just assume everybody else is botting. You don't do your homework. You don't have a notepad full of links. You don't understand that you did speak to them by making an accusation against them, and then you throw the victim card. Now, if you could just complete the cycle for me and accuse me of racism, sexism, homophobia, or transphobia, or being a bigot, just make one of those 5 accusations so I can ban you, report you, get your account taken away, and then I can move on with my show. Because this is where it goes next. I get accused of one of the 5 isms, and then I gotta stop the show, I gotta file the report, and then we move on. That's not me. Oh, so you only go as far as the victim card. Got it. Good stuff. You did play the victim card. In fact, until something better comes up, I'll just leave it on the screen in case you didn't know what the victim card looked like. I'll just leave it there for you. Anyway, Iran. No, that's not a question. That's not a question. A question has a question mark on it. Shit, I gotta teach English again. I hated teaching English. No, that's not a question. Or the people in the chat talking to me, I've never spoken? Is that like a wheel? Spoken? 2. Can't even leave it up. I can't look at grammar that's that deplorable. Anyway, Iran is probably going to fragment. I really see the Kurdish population of Iran trying to link up with the Kurds in northern Iraq. I will give a follow if you are any of those things you listed. Are you talking about if I am any of the things like a racist, a sexist, a bigot? Is that what you're referring to? Because I really hope it's not any of those things. I hope there's some other list that you're referencing. Homophobic or transphobic? No, I'm not homophobic and I'm not transphobic. So you're saying that you would follow me if I was homophobic or transphobic? That'd be a little ironic, considering 3 of my... So which list are you talking about? You've lost me. Anyway, where were we? I think it might up with the separatist movement linking up with the one in Pakistan as well. Yeah, Iran right now is going to get divvied up. More people in the United States support the Iranian government. And then people in Iran support the government. Let me see if I can pull this number. It was like 12%. See, you can't get it. It was like a handful of congressmen support the Iranian government. And the most recent number we're seeing is 90%. And again, we can't know this because we can't get into Iran and we can't pull the people directly. But it's alleged that 90% of the Iranian citizens want to overthrow the government. Yeah, they might want to link up with Azerbaijan. Yeah, and most Americans don't even know where Azerbaijan is. So, make Iran great again. I would love to make Iran great again. I really would. They are a country with a deep heritage, a nice culture. They've got strategic resources. It would be nice if a country stopped having multiple state-sponsored terrorist organizations. It would be great if, for the first time in about 50 years, we didn't have constant threats to the shipping lane and the Strait of Hormuz. Has Iran ever been great? Yeah, under the Persian Empire, under the Ottoman Empire. Make cultures extinct again. You know, that's a little bit of a radical thing, but what I would like to do is I would agree with you. I would like... Okay, not under the Ottoman Empire. During the era of the Ottoman Empire. Is that more specific for you, Salty? During the era preceding World War I, when the much younger European countries drove the world into a world war that ultimately involved a weakened Ottoman Empire destabilizing the Middle Eastern region. So, also in 300, yes. Also in the movie, 1,000 Nations of the Persian Empire. Also, watch the really terrible Colin Farrell, Alexander the Great. It's
believe it or not,
another wonderful example. Where is the last one? This one. I hate when people say what the Constitution says.
I would start with the constitutional argument. The Constitution is explicit that if you want to drop a 10,000-pound bomb on another country, you have to ask for permission. So the president wants...
No, the president doesn't have to ask for permission, and that's not even what the Constitution says. In theory, that is in no way, shape, or form how the Constitution says that works. You don't ask for permission. In fact, if people actually knew their Constitution, you would know that the president can't actually, according to the Constitution, not the War Powers Act, but the Constitution, Congress declares war, and then they tell the president, go fight that war. If you want to actually go by how the Constitution works for war, the president gets told, we're now at war with this country, go fight that war. It doesn't say the president has to ask permission. In fact, the War Powers Act doesn't say he has to ask permission. Yes, if we rewrote the War Powers Act to change one of those two shalls to a must, and it's the Article 4A1 that needs to change to a must, the president shall, when the situation allows, he's the commander-in-chief. Right. But what does the Constitution say?
To do this. It's not like it's a secret. It's on our show. We're talking about it now. It was on the front page of every newspaper. It's not a secret that he's contemplating it. He should come to Congress. He should call a joint session of Congress, and he would say, it's my intention to declare war on Iran.
It's my intention to declare war on Iran. And you said what the Constitution says. The president of the United States doesn't declare war. Congress declares war.
And we should vote on it. That's what the Constitution contemplates.
No, the fucking president of the United States doesn't go to Congress and tell them what they should vote on. And this is a fucking congressman. I don't blame our country. I don't blame our citizenry for being where they are when the people elected to Congress don't even understand the instruction manual. Again, do I think the War Powers Act is a flawed document? Yes. Do I understand that people don't differentiate between shall, will, and must? Yes. I get it. People don't get that there's a difference. Shall, will, must. You shall be at the port at 0600. but I get there at 6:10. Why? Because the CDC doesn't open until 6. I drop my kid off. I get right there. Okay. If my order says I shall be there, but there's extenuating circumstances, I show up a little late, that's okay. You will be there at 0600. Okay. I probably shouldn't be late, but we're still in that gray area. You must be at the port by 0600. You're going to be there at 0550 because whatever the fuck this must is going on, you know that 0600 in 1 second, bad shit's happening to you because this is not optional. And the military already has these working definitions. So if the military has these working definitions and the War Powers Act involves what the commander-in-chief, while utilizing the military, is going to do, the president will, when the situation allows, consult with Congress. The president must submit a report within 48 hours. Well, again, what are they going to do? What are the Democratic lawmakers in this country going to do? Let's just cut to the end of the discussion so we can get back on track. Answer today, I fire Congress. Oh, I agree with you. Because you saw in that video where a congressman is saying what the Constitution says. Doesn't the Constitution say this silly ass thing about Congress shall balance the budget, maintain the budget, control the budget? We're not even on a budget. We're on a continuing resolution. In fact, we're not even on a singular continuing resolution. We're on 2 revolving doors resolutions. So instead of Congress being upset that the president is doing what he's doing, why doesn't Congress pass a budget? Now, again, morally, do I think that we had any business dropping 14 penetrators, bunker busters on Iran? No. Why? Why did we? Why? Up until a couple of weeks ago, and I want to remind everybody that the United Nations is a complete waste of fucking time. The United Nations is a complete waste of energy. It's a complete waste of money. Right?
I would start with
the United Nations. Where's Iran's response? Here's Iran's response to the United States.
The Islamic Republic of Iran condemns in the strongest terms the United States' brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences.
So the United States, again, as a reminder for the context of this, I'm a veteran. I retired from the Air Force. The United States, without a declaration of war, without warning, bombed a sovereign nation. Bombed a sovereign nation that is a member of the nuclear... Does that make you a Scientologist? A member of the Nuclear Proliferation Treaty. And all they've said is, we want to enrich uranium so that we can do more than light water reaction. And we want to enrich uranium so that we can have nuclear medicine. And we want to stop before we enrich to a level of weapons grade. I want to remind everybody that it was Donald Trump that walked away from the negotiations with Iran. It wasn't Iran walking away. Iran has a very valid beef, a very valid complaint. Nuclear countries are not supposed to give non-nuclear countries atomic weapons. The United States is not supposed to give Israel nuclear weapons because we have signed a treaty with countries like Russia that says we don't want Russia giving countries like Cuba nuclear weapons. And yet, when you look at this love triangle, Israel has never signed that particular treaty. Israel's nuclear weapons facilities aren't internationally inspectable. Iran, their sticking point was to say, well, why are you not putting eyes on Israel's... Why are you not putting eyeballs on Israel's nuclear weapons program? Well, we can't even develop power generation levels of enriched uranium. Do you think the argument of wanting to be a threshold country is reasonable from an Iranian perspective? And do you think its status should be permitted? I think that Iran, as a sovereign nation, has the right. I thought the U.S. was against monopolies. The U.S. isn't against monopolies. So that's another great talking point. I think Iran as a sovereign nation has the right to develop nuclear weapons if they want to develop nuclear weapons. The problem with nuclear weapons is that there's an awful lot of dead people in a really short period of time. And when you have a country as small as Israel, a nuclear weapon fired into Tel Aviv would kill most of the Israeli people. And remember, I do not use the terms Jew, Jewish, and Israeli interchangeably. Israeli is a nationality. You are from the nation of Israel. You could be white, black, purple, Asian, Middle Eastern, South African, South American, and be Israeli. Jew is ancestrally from that region and culturally. Because you can be a Catholic Israeli. And then you have Jewish, which is the religion, the follower of Judaism. So, there's an important distinction that you are free to worship whatever religion you want in Israel. Israel does not require you to be Muslim. You can be a Middle Eastern Catholic Israeli if you want to get really nuanced. You could be an Iraqi Catholic Israeli. And I'm against any country wanting to develop nuclear weapons and then stating when they have them, they will use them. I'm not a big fan of the idea of North Korea having nuclear weapons. I'm not a big fan of Iran having nuclear weapons. I'm not really in love with the idea of Pakistan and India having nuclear weapons. I definitely don't like the United States having nuclear weapons because we have those weapons and we fucking use them. Now, in retrospect, was using nuclear weapons a better way to end World War II than 10 or 15 years of bloodshed? Yeah. Dropping 2 nukes on Japan meant that Nippon, as a country, survived. Without bombing Nagasaki and Hiroshima, the Japanese society probably deteriorates. Because remember, I am not making light of the individuals who died in Vietnam, because if one particular individual hadn't died in Vietnam, then I wouldn't be who I am, because that individual died, so my mother didn't marry that individual. My mother married a different individual. We lost dead, maimed, psychologically broken, and can't have children, can't properly raise children. I'm just going to call it 100,000 men, American men, were impacted through death, Darwin's Law, or battle rattle, shell shock. They never fathered children. I'm going to say 100,000 because I don't want to quibble over smaller numbers. That was a drop in the bucket to the U.S. male population, right? It was a drop in the bucket. If Japan had fought for every inch, every island, if we had to go to mainland Japan and fight all the way to the emperor's doorstep, I don't think Japan would have had enough men to keep the population healthy. I think that they would have entered into rampant decline. And yeah, it's terrible. And I am not in any way, shape, or form saying that it was a good thing that we dropped nuclear weapons on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. But I can see the positives and I can see the negatives. I don't know where we're at. You say, where do the Iranian scientists now? Are you saying, where are they now? Like, help me out here. Oh God. Donald Trump making a Truth Social post. My God. What the hell? Rockets were just fired on the American airport in Qatar. Please tell me that I haven't. Do you have? Oh, yeah, here it is. Witnesses hear explosions, see possible missiles in the sky in Qatar after airspace closed. This is always that shitty situation to be in. Iran says it attacked U.S. forces at airbase in Qatar. Iran said Monday night that it attacked American forces stationed at Qatar's Iran said that it attacked Ayudid. The announcement was made on the state television as martial music played. A caption on the screen called it a mighty and successful response by the armed forces of Iran to Americans' aggression. This is breaking news. Explosions boomed in Qatar, home to a major U.S. airbase, shortly after its airspace was closed due to Iranian threats of retaliation. Qatar Air Defense has intercepted a missile attack on U.S. bases. Yeah. Let me see. There are no confirmed hits. They fired 6 ballistic missiles. And it looks like all 6 were intercepted. What I will say is that if you know American military protocol, it's only been 20 minutes, which means if any American military member was killed, then they will delay as long as possible making an announcement, because they will want to get the notification team en route to the family. If nobody was hurt, you should see very quickly them releasing that nobody was hurt. There's a video on the Airman NCO page on Facebook. Well, we'll look at that. Did I hear former President Vegetable from Russia casually throwing out the nuclear word? This guy's a fucking tool. Can I just say that Donald Trump is a fucking tool on so many levels? Don't fucking write it this way. Don't write it this way at all. Saying that other countries would supply nuclear warheads to Iran. Did he really say that, or is it just a figment of my imagination? If he did say that, and if confirmed, please let me know. The N-word should not be treated so casually. I guess that's why Putin's the boss. By the way, if anyone thinks our hardware was great over the weekend, far and away the strongest and best equipment we have, 20 years advanced over the pack, is our nuclear submarines. They are the most powerful and lethal weapons ever built, and just launched the 30 Tomahawks. All 30 hit their mark perfectly. This fucking guy. Did you know that I'm sure right now there are some people that didn't know that nuclear submarines can fire Tomahawk missiles? What do I think about Trump giving detail after detail about our military capabilities? Let me address this. Absolutely nothing Donald Trump said is him giving anything about our military capabilities. You can get more from the War Thunder game about our military capabilities than anything Donald Trump has said. Donald Trump didn't serve in the military. He's not intimately aware of the how or the why. He knows the what. Donald Trump knows the what. Maybe none of the missiles hit in Qatar, but it is possible that the Iraq base didn't manage to defend itself. Was there a missile attack on an Iraqi base as well? If you have a link to that, I'd love to take a look as well. There was. Let me see if I can find that one real quick. A missile attack targeting Ain al-Sad air base in western Iraq. The attack resulted in injuries to several. Oh, so let me help you out here. This was. Nope, that was last August. I need today's. I need today's. Let me see. Yeah, I'm looking at it. Unfortunately, I'm looking at an Israeli news source, and I'm not gonna show that. Well, that's terrible. This is the Qatar. You're from South Korea. Americans seem to love trying to fuck up your society from the inside. Please explain. Americans aren't fucking up our society. Let me help you out, right? Let me help. We don't want any of this shit. We don't want any of this shit at all. It's the summertime, man. All Americans want to do in the summertime is Americans want to sit around. We want to eat fucking snow cones. We want to watch baseball games. We want to swim in the pool. Coming on July 4th, we want to spend a couple of $100 and inevitably somebody will burn their house down. You seem to love burning your own flag in the street while waving the Mexican flag. I don't disagree with you there, but you know what? Realize we're a country of 330 million people. That's only a small fraction. And most Americans, we would be good if that section of society. So why not working together? Let me ask you, why not work with North Korea? Because I've been to your country. I love Korean food. Bulgogi? Oh man, I would get fat if I was allowed to be in. I would get fat. And Hajimas, I love them. I love staying in their place. Hajima means no. And the landlady who takes care of you, everything you do is wrong. Everything you do is no. Hajima, take off your boots. Take off your backpack. Like, okay, I got it. I got it. But no, our country could be an amazing society. You're absolutely right. You are 100% correct. America could be an amazing society. But yeah, you've been to America. It's great. I've been to South Korea. It's great. It's awesome. But there's parts of South Korea I wouldn't go to. There's parts of America you shouldn't go to. Your government hates you. This is pretty much a true statement. The American government hates Americans. But here's why. Your president is the only one with balls in 30 years. 30 years. 30 years. I would say Junior had some balls. I'm talking to somebody on another platform. I would say Junior had some balls. Where is... But here, we have a situation where we have to let everybody talk in America that wants to talk. Our First Amendment says everybody has freedom of speech, even when the person speaking is completely clueless. We don't allow them to cross the border. That is why I like other countries. Other countries don't have open immigration. Other countries say, we don't want your problem. Listen to this guy's solution to the budget problem.
I'm going to balance the US budget in 30 seconds in the most non-political, unbiased way possible. So in 2024, the US government took $4.9 trillion in revenue. However, they spent $6.7 trillion, resulting in a deficit of $1.8 trillion. Now, the math here is very easy. So we take this first number, 4.918, and then we divide it by this second number, 6.75. That gives us 0.728. We are going to round down to 0.72. Basically, this says that we only brought in enough revenue to pay for 72% of what we were actually spending. So, in order to balance the budget, just go down the entire budget and multiply every line item by 0.72. Hey, so we're left with a surplus of $58 billion. There. Balance the budget. You're welcome, Congress, since you don't know how to use a calculator.
Okay, so your response is to just fund everybody at 72%. That's great. I'd like more than 72% of my pension, please. Maybe not give money to every lazy rest that asks. No, I agree with you. We give so much money to people that don't need it. Being dependent on the US government has become a lifestyle. Your country, tax. It is, but remember, we have different taxes for different things. And unfortunately, yeah, we want to figure out a way for people to make a profit on the homeless. We have a drug problem. But your country seems to be more concerned with putting little boys in dresses. No, remember, it's not our country that does that. We're a country of 330 million people. And because we have freedom after freedom after freedom after freedom, it becomes a very large, and I'm not disagreeing with you. But the interesting part about being another, first of all, Europeans pay more taxes than we do. Europe pays more taxes than we do, and then they're subject to more terrorist attacks. I understand people's argument, and especially having a viewer from a different country that says, this is what I see when I look at America. You notice I'm not offended, because you're absolutely right. We spend money on drug addicts. Instead of being like, you're a drug addict, we'll help you once. The second time, you can die. America seems to have many people that don't want the rabid dog that is Iran. Well, you're right. There's a lot of people that don't want... A lot of Americans have a problem with Iran. No, they don't want the rabid dog to go away. But here's my thing for you. Why does America have to deal with it? And the answer is because we're the only country on the planet that's for a long time, we were spending a up to 49% of our budget was either directly going to the military or going to those secondary industries that directly support the military. We were just spending dollar after dollar after dollar on the military. We used to spend $400 billion on our military. Now we're spending close to $900 billion. And that doesn't even include operational contingency money. I don't want to see Iran as a nuclear power. An individual I'm having the conversation with is from South Korea. That individual doesn't want to see North Korea as a nuclear power. Because if North Korea got a nuke, you know where they're going to send it. If North Korea gets a nuke, they're sending it south. Yeah. Iran chants death to America. And unfortunately, Iran is in the same state that Iraq was. Saddam Hussein and his inner posse was about 10% of the country, but they had 90% of the power. Unfortunately, we have this over and over and over and over and over again. Dictatorships are only really good for about the top 10% of the population. Middle Eastern problems have been around from biblical times and will not change. You're not wrong. You're not incorrect. Why is it so hard for these people to pretend they like America if they plan on destroying it? I think humans have a really hard time with secrets and lying. I think it boils down more to people want the results of your really, really, really heinous shit. They want the results from it. But then as soon as they have the results from it, they want to condemn you. A while ago, I gave that statistic where 10% of girls, women, 18, I don't remember what the high end range was. It was in the 20s. 10% of girls between 18 and let's just call it 26 are involved in OnlyFans in some way, shape, form, or the other. American women are mostly whore. No, only 10% of them. Well, let me stop that. Let's go 40% of them. But here's the thing. I can't criticize an individual from South Korea saying that. Because a lot of the American service members who go over to Korea act a fool. A lot of the girls who go over there act a clown. See, Americans represent their country very poorly on the international stage. It's no surprise that other people in other countries look at Americans the way they are. Yeah, Americans they act like retards when they're in other countries. A tier 1 operator probably costs about as much as one of the bombs we dropped. It's millions of dollars to train a tier 1 operator. So each bomb we dropped probably was the cost of one tier 1 operator. Approximately. I mean, remember, and this is another thing that people don't grasp, it costs $250,000 to train just an average military member. Just a nobody. No specialized training. Costs about $1 million to train, or I'm sorry, $250,000 to train them. Takes about $250,000 to train just an ordinary run-of-the-mill E1. No, not a tier 1 operator, not a ranger, not a TAC P, not a combat controller, none of the important stuff. No, it just training them. No, not if they die. It takes about $250,000 to train somebody, because remember, you got to send them to MEPS the first time. And I know these are going to be all little costs, but you got to get them to MEPS the first time. They go to MEPS. They stay at a hotel overnight. They get blood work done. They get a medical exam. Then you have a recruiter that's coordinating all of this. Then they go home. Then they check in with the recruiter monthly until they leave. When they go to leave, they go back to MEPS. They process through. They fly to basic training. They're at basic training for 9 to 12 weeks. You gotta feed them. You gotta maintain all the facilities that you put them in. So you got a dorm, you got a barracks, you got showers, you got toilets. When they get to basic training, you got to give them another medical exam. They get shots in the arm. Yes, they pay for their uniforms, but you're giving them about $3,000 worth of gear that they pay about $400 for, right? Then you got to take them from basic training, and you got to take them to tech school or AIT. I don't remember what the Navy calls it. Then you got to train them there, and you got to house them there. You got to feed them there. You got to have the buildings that they're there. Then once they're done there, you got to transport them to their first duty station. That pipeline is about $250,000 per enlisted member. So your wife was your girlfriend was in the Army in Iraq back in the day, 2000s. All you say is true. Right. I'm a retired Air Force officer. I know exactly how much tick, 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 tick. So, let's see. What else do we got today?
Balance the U.S.
No, we're not going to balance the U.S. budget by taking away everybody's money. Here's another one. This is where I'm gonna be real careful when I say this, because I never want to deter anybody from getting mental health treatment. But we need to be really careful, because people make content like this and they scare people off from mental health treatment.
So you're telling me doctors go to medical school for 8 years. I walk up in the office as a 21-year-old. I'm 25 now, but as a 21-year-old, I walk up in that office and I'm like, hey, I'm feeling really anxious. I'm really struggling with like all this different, mental stuff. Can y'all like direct me, through the proper channel? And they're like, actually Prozac. You've talked to me for like 2 minutes. Like Prozac, like that's a great place to start. And I'm like, I'm actually asking how to fix my problems. I'm just curious. 8 years of medical school, throw Prozac in somebody's face after 2 minutes. Just a question.
Yeah, before I let him answer, I'm gonna give you part of the answer. First of all, it's not 2 minutes, right? It's not 2 minutes. You know all those pieces of paperwork that you fill out? All those questions that they ask you? They are like, hey, you're coming in for psychiatric and talk therapy treatment. Can you give us a little background? What are you suffering from? What brings you in? Like, you fill out this like really long form, and a lot of it is questions that are like, do you feel that you are restless? Yes. If yes, does this impact you every day? More than half the days? Some days, not much. Then at the end, it's going to be like a question of, what do you think about your overall quality of life? Well, there's a reason why you generally fill that stuff out. Yeah, I haven't taken a shower in 6 months. Okay, well, why? But there's a reason why they ask you all those questions. And it's not because they're really nosy. It's because you need to know, does this person need to start on Trazodone or Lexapro or Remeron? Do they need Doxepine? Do they need Zoloft? Do they need Lamictal? When you walk in and you say the doctor only talked to me for 2 minutes, it's because he read all of this, and that is why you never do medication without talk therapy. You start with meds, you go to talk therapy, this person feeds information back to the medical prescriber, right? And then the medical prescriber changes your meds, lets your therapist know he's changing your meds, but you got to start the process somewhere. But let's listen to the expert.
So I think she expressed a sentiment that seems pretty rampant around people who want to get help for mental health issues. So maybe I could offer a different perspective to make things feel a little bit more validating instead of, I talk to you for 2 minutes and give you a pill. So the first thing to remember is that the size of the problem does not determine the length of the treatment. So I'll tell you what I mean by that. Back in the day, if you had a tooth abscess, before the invention of penicillin, you could probably die. Well, actually, a lot of people did die from that. Nowadays, you go to your dentist, they prescribe like Augmentin, and you're good. Life carries on. Bacterial infections are not less of a big deal now. They're still a big deal, but we can treat them. So it's not that, here's some Prozac because you're feeling depressed. That should explain all of your life traumas and all of your life worries just with Prozac. But the medicine is going to help you feel better to address the underlying issues that are the root causes of your depression, your anxiety. And sometimes there is no like direct root cause. Sometimes it might just be a difficult period in your life. And these medications are there to kind of help you get through it. And in many ways, these medications do address the root cause of it. I said I was going to do a video on this at some point, but there are some long-term benefits of being on an SSRI like Prozac. One of those benefits being the increase in BDNF, which is brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which actually promotes brain growth, neuronal growth. Pretty much useful for a healthy brain and neuroplasticity. But the main point I'm trying to say is, the size of the issue does not become less serious from the size of the solution to the issue, right? All of these issues are very serious. Just because we're spoiled enough to have treatments that work for them doesn't mean the issue is not as big as it is.
So, as I said, I want to walk very carefully on this because mental health is a big deal. Now, I saw somebody say, what did people do before all these psych drugs? If you think about your father or your grandfather's generation, they sat in the bar and they drank. And the women of your grandmother's and your mother's generation were taking diet pills that were half a step below meth. Half a step. Yeah, they had bigger problems. They worked. Life wasn't filled with luxury. They self-medicated, either legally or illegally. They didn't act the way that people act now. Yeah, go into the mines for 23 hours and make 23 cents. A lot of people forget that in my grandparents' generation, it was basically live, work to eat to work. That was it. The disconnect, and I get it, they had a lot less complicated of a life. As I make the joke, I make the running joke of this idea that I'm up at 1:30 in the morning and I'm working isn't a new thing. But the other night, it was like 11:30 at night, and it was on the weekends, so our McDoodles is open 24 hours on the weekends. I live in a small town, so my McDonald's is only open till 11 o'clock at night during the week. And I'm working, right? And I'm banging out some HTML, and my spouse comes to the door and she says, "Are you hungry?" Because I hadn't had dinner. I was like, "Yeah, I could go for something to eat." And she's like, "Well, I'm going to go get a tea. Do you want chicken strips?" And I said, "Hell yeah, I want some chicken strips." It's 11:30. It's 11:40 at night. In fact, here you go. Ready? Here's the tangy barbecue sauce, because they gave me 3 with my chicken strips. When I was a kid, that didn't happen. You know what time McDonald's closed? 10. Because you know what time the last bus ran? 10:35. I remember distinctly the last bus from the McDonald's ran at 10:35. The Taco Bell was open till 10:30, but they let all the kids go at 10:25 because they had to get on the bus. If they took the bus, they got let off at 10:25. Because Taco Bell didn't serve breakfast back in those days. McDonald's had to close to open. McDonald's had to have all the work done at night Because when the day crew came in, they had to immediately get started making the pancakes and the Egg McMuffins. The day shift at Taco Bell was able to like clean up what wasn't finished. Now, everything's open 24 hours. Right? Yeah, Americans have no clue. Most Americans have absolutely no clue. I'll give you it's interesting because
So you're telling me
we ended up in this disconnect with Americans. Where is this is the big push with people that are so disconnected.
And if someone is serving you, tipping is not optional. You can eat at the house. Tipping is not optional. 20%. If the service was bad, I understand. 20%. At least, minimum. You're being served. Eat at home, brokey. Eat at home.
Brokey? Hold on a second. I'm gonna go just this ridiculous standard that I see. Restaurants now, servers can't. I'm gonna go back in time. I'm gonna date myself here for a minute. When I was a server, this is how my tables were, and some of these were booths, but each one of these was a 6-top. Each table I had as a server was a 6-top. It was either a booth that could fit 3 and 3, or it was a round table. But this is just how you put it on the chart. That means I could have 36 customers an hour every hour. Now, restaurants can't find servers that can handle that level of work. So servers are being given 3 4-tops. Now, I will go the bare minimum. I will say you only get served 6 people in an hour, and you want 20% minimum. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Because let's be honest, the average meal at a restaurant now is $10. So you want $12, plus in my state, your $8 minimum wage. You think $20 an hour minimum is the right dollar amount for being a server? Okay. Let me break this down differently. If I happen to be in a situation where I have all 3 of my kids with me, and not their spouse, not the one spouse, and not the one boyfriend, and then me and my wife, that's 5 people. 20% on a $100 bill is $20 in and of itself. Okay? I would be more than ecstatic with the cost of eating out the way it is if you're trying to tip and be a good person. Go ahead and raise each meal by $2 and then expect me to tip 0. Because I would gladly pay $10 more on the meal to not have to pay $25 to $30 on the tip. We got to get these people out of Delulu land and into actual common sense. I have been married for 17 and a half years. I have 5 daughters. I am envious because you have a son on the way. Congratulations. But we're living in a world that is so disconnected from reality. As I said earlier in the show, everybody is now a scholar on the War Powers Act. Even congressmen don't know what the War Powers Act says. And I started to play this. I started to play this one earlier, but this is the cultural insensitivity that is the Western world.
It's pronounced Allahu Akbar.
Allah Akbar.
No. Allahu Akbar.
Allah Akbar.
All right, fine. What's your point?
Some will translate that as God is great.
Yeah, and those some people are intelligent people who understand basic Arabic. But go on.
Perhaps a better translation of that Arabic phrase is, our God is greater.
I see what you did there. You stuck in the word our. Yeah, it could mean God is greater or God is the greatest. But the word our is you magically including your definition in there.
This is a declaration that the demon and demons working through these people consider themselves to be greater than Jesus Christ, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
You know what's fascinating about that is that there are plenty of Arab Christians, million in fact, who say Allahu Akbar on a daily basis. There are Arab Christians in Palestine right now worshiping God and saying Allahu Akbar. In fact, the late Pope called them every single night. And that's just one snippet of the millions of Arab Christians who exist in the world who say Allahu Akbar. So are you calling Arab Christians demons? That's pretty bigoted if you ask me.
That our war is not just against flesh and blood, but powers, principalities, and spirits. And when you hear our God is greater,
you're the only one saying our God is greater because you seem to think we worship different gods. But the God of Abraham is the God that Muslims worship. The God of Jesus is the God that Muslims worship. You would know that if you actually read the Quran or translated Arabic accurately rather than trying to make it comport to something that just doesn't exist in the first place.
That is a declaration of spiritual warfare from a demon against Jesus Christ.
But for non-Muslims wanting to know what Christians actually think about Muslims, don't take this guy's word for it. Listen to the Negus king of Abyssinia, King Asharma, who when Muslim refugees came to his Christian kingdom and asked him for support, he responded that Muhammad and Jesus are two rays of light from the same sun. Then he took his staff and drew a line in the sand and said that the differences between our faiths are no thicker than this line. Muslims and Christians then formed an alliance based on peace, justice, compassion, and factual accuracy that lasted generations and generations. That message of unity is a message that both Jesus Christ and Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon them, both taught. And that is the message that we need today.
This is what the fundamental problem. Yes, I want peace. My entire life, in my conscious adult-ish life, there has not been a day of peace on this planet in my entire adult life. Not one day of peace. Will never happen. There are people that are offended by the very existence. There are people that are offended by the very existence of Islam. And what I want to say to people who are knee-jerk reaction to offended by Islam is this. Christians, Catholics, Jesus, Son of God. That's their belief. I went two different words there. Judaism, Jesus is a rabbi. Islam, Jesus is a prophet. I'm just saying, but if Catholics and Christians want to be all up in arms about somebody not respecting your guy, because remember, for Christians, Jesus is their guy. Islam is at least willing to say he's a prophet. Followers of Judaism say he was just a Jewish rabbi. Jesus existed, this is fact. He was real. Who knows if Lord, but he walked the earth. Right. None of the religions doubt the existence of a man named Yeshua. But over this weekend, I knew what was going to happen. I knew what was going to happen over this weekend, and I was immediately going to see all of the Islamic hate, all of the Middle Eastern hate. Why? Do you think that some guy, do you think one of those 385,000 Iranian-born people living in America came to America because Iran is so great. They came to America. Everybody who comes to America because they think they're going to be more prosperous than they were in their home country. They don't want to come here and rock the boat. America's a chill place. No, man, America is not a chill place. America is a country, America is a country that is just too high strung. America is just too anxious about everything. Your dad told you eat on Thursday, and why this first thing America does when attacked by his own people? Yeah. Unfortunately, this is the country of people that grabbed an Indian, a member of India, a descendant of India, and they beat him and his son, and he got on the news, and he's bleeding from the head, and his son's been taken to the hospital. And I remember watching this news clip, and this guy says, the news reporter's like, are you angry? Are you offended? Are you this? His store has been looted, and he's holding a rag to his head, and he's bleeding, and he says, no, I feel sorry for the people who robbed my store. And the reporter's like, why's that? And he said, because you're so ignorant, you don't know the difference between a Saudi, an Afghani, and an Indian. We're your allies. We've been your allies for generations, but your people don't know the difference. And with that, I have
it's pronounced Allah.
The video queued up for that. Maybe I don't. Where the hell is the... Oh, here it is. Here's the clip for... Americans are ignorant about global affairs, is the context for this.
Americans aren't ignorant, they just don't care about you, and here's why. Listen, Europeans constantly accuse Americans of being ignorant, but as a British expat that's lived here for the last 10 years, let me tell you something blunt. Americans aren't ignorant, they just genuinely don't care about you. Now before you raise comment, let me explain. America is massive, like really massive. Each state is practically its own country with different laws, cultures, traditions, languages, accents, everything. Americans can spend their entire life exploring this country and never see all of it. So ask yourself, if you had beaches, mountains, deserts, jungles, and every climate on your doorstep, how much would you truly care about other countries thousands of miles away? Europeans love to mock America for not knowing geography or politics. But here's a challenge. How many Europeans know the difference between Wyoming and Wisconsin without using Google? Or care about the elections in Iowa? Probably very few, and does that make Europeans ignorant or just realistically uninterested? And let's talk honestly. Europeans secretly care way more about Americans than Americans care about Europeans. Americans don't spend much time worrying about what Germany or Spain think about them, mostly because they don't have to. So you tell me your opinion. Are Americans ignorant, or do Europeans need a reality check on their relevance?
You thought Atlanta was Texas. Yeah. I tell the story that this happens with a lot of Irish people. A lot of Irish people think that they're going to land in Orlando, go to Disney World, then drive to the Grand Canyon and catch a flight out the next morning. That's a more than 1 day trip if you know America and you know how to drive it. Because the idea to an Irishman that a country is realistically a 3-day drive, or you can make it Cannonball Run style, coast to coast, in about 30 hours if you have a team of drivers, right? But their country is 6 hours across. So I wish Americans would pay a little bit more attention. I wish we would teach Americans a little bit better, right? So that they could be more globally cosmopolitan. But at the same time, I wish the rest of the world would just get off our ass a little bit, because we don't have good schools, because we've been saving the world we've been saving the world and spending more. Remember, we spent more for a long time on military expenditures than the next 26 countries combined, 25 of whom were allies. Yeah, America, the world police, baby. But nobody asked us to do it. And so now, and this is where Iran is foolish. Iran bombs Qatar. Which one of these two things is more likely to happen? Is Qatar more likely to kick America out of Qatar? Or is Qatar more likely to look at Iran and say, what the fuck, bro? Is Iraq more likely to kick America out, or look over at Iran and say, why the fuck you throwing missiles into our country? I'm surprised. I thought Qatar is where the Hamas leaders were holed up. Well, unfortunately, the leaders of Hamas can be anywhere. Because as we learned from Osama bin Laden, all the leaders of Hamas need to run their terrorist organization is a cell phone. Well, yeah, what you don't realize is Iran has already messed with the American bases. Iran has already fired ballistic missiles at 2 American bases in Qatar and Iraq. Yeah, that happened. I think it happened just a little bit before you showed up on the show. So we're in a situation now where Iran, we're neither left nor right. Here, the reason why we're neither left nor right is this. The left and the right designators are absolutely stupid. Saying somebody's on the left or somebody's on the right is absolutely stupid. Carlos Mencia said it best once. He's neither a liberal or a conservative because he doesn't want to be wrong half the time. Everybody's caught up on the left and the right, and when I bring up the left and the right chart, it's impossible to be a Catholic and be involved in American politics, because some of the issues that you have as a Catholic put you on the left and some put you on the right. And so it's literally like, as a Catholic, I vote, but what, am I on the left or the right? And people are like, well, you have to choose. No, you talk about all topics. If you've got a topic to talk about, jump on in. All I ask is that if you're gonna bring something, either say, I need to know more about X, or say, do you know about X? Here's a link to it. Because that's how we all learn. We said we weren't going for regime change. But I feel like the regime is giving the go-ahead for missiles, so it's cooked. Yeah, Ayudid is our main... yes. Ayudid is our main operational base in the Middle East. We have other bases in the Middle East, but they're in caretaker status. I mean, if we need to put bases in the Middle East, we have caretaker bases everywhere. All Iran's leaders are dead except for... I wouldn't say they're all dead. I'd say their military leadership was systematically taken out. We don't have... Okay, I'm going to be careful with nomenclature. We have military presences in Syria, yes. those aren't the same level of base as we have in Iraq, Qatar, Saudi Arabia. There's a difference between a forward operating base and a footprint presence. I'll leave it like that. What's interesting is that Qatar generally is an Iranian ally, so for Qatar to allow B-52s and B-2s there is interesting. Well, Qatar didn't allow B-2s there. There are only 2 locations where the B-2s base, and Qatar is not one of them. We will never, ever, ever, in fact, not only will we never, ever, ever land the B-2 there, we can't actually land the B-2 there. Without going into specifics, there's 2 operational bases for the B-2, and then there's a handful of locations where we can put one. But beyond that, remember, once it's airborne, it can stay airborne for a long time. It can stay airborne with a lot of shit on it broken. But once it lands, getting the fucking flying Dorito back in the air is difficult. I think it's difficult. I think it's a stretch. I think it's a stretch to say Qatar is an Iran ally. I think we need to be careful here. Iran and Qatar maintain security cooperation. What? I don't think it's a good thing to say that Iran and Qatar are deep allies. Yeah, Qatar is a nation that kind of works with everybody so they don't get wiped off the map. They maintain security cooperations because Qatar had forward thinking. Qatar had the same forward thinking that the Allies had when they said to Russia that Russia could have East Berlin. Like, we're going to divide Berlin in, well, more along the lines of we're not going to move the line all the way to East Berlin. There's some plans that are dumb. There are some plans that are just dumb. Like, for years and years and years, we had tens of thousands of troops on the North and South Korean border. We kept 30,000 troops there for a long time. And somebody said, well, this is a waste of money. Let's draw it down to 20. And then somebody said, well, this is a waste of money. Let's draw it down to 10. And the truth of the matter is, we could leave one American on the North Korean, South Korean border with an American flag. We could take a veteran who's got terminal cancer and say, hey, you're dying anyway. Stand there. Because the truth of the matter is, it's not the 10,000 troops we have on the border that stops North Korea from rolling south. Number one, it's the South Korean army, who's very proficient. And number two, it's our naval assets and our aircraft assets. MAGA should be sent to the front lines. Send in the Republicans as human shields. Why? Do you think let me ask you a question. Do you think every person that believes in making America great again agrees with they didn't start the war. Let me back up a second. I believe in making America great again. I used to vote Republican. Trump attacked Iran. Right. Did Trump personally call me up and say, hey, Jay, I'm thinking about bombing Iran. What do you think about it? Because I'm going to remind you, Obama bombed targets, Biden bombed targets, Bush bombed targets, Clinton bombed targets. American presidents have been bombing targets since the War Powers Act. Every single American president since the signing of the War Powers Act Trump is an Israeli pet, Netanyahu's put him on a leash, then by that logic, so was Biden, so was Obama, so was Junior, so was Clinton, so was Senior, so was Reagan. I think you shouldn't run around saying all the Republicans should go on the front line, because it isn't make America great again, it's make Israel great again. Right, but why are you... No, they shouldn't. You know who should go to the front lines? Again, why are you assuming every Republican backed Trump? You need to stop that. Exactly. That right there should show you what a terrible view you have. If 49 point whatever it was, 8% of the country voted for a guy because he said he wasn't going to start any wars, that's what they voted for. So why are you saying that they should go to the front line when they voted for a guy and they only had two options? They had an option of a guy that at the time was a convicted felon with 34 felonies, or they had the option of a Democratic candidate who took away the democratic process of the primaries. They voted for a guy who said he wouldn't start a war, then he started a war. And what? And what? Their other option was to vote for Kamala Harris, who by law shouldn't have been the candidate. Trump took away the constitutional rights in the country. Let me stop you. Number one, you're jumping topics. But since I like the topic you jumped to, which constitutional right has Trump taken away? Because it's a good... I mean, the fact that you abandoned one argument and you moved to another is interesting. But which constitutional rights has Trump taken away? Because I hear this argument a lot. And I can make the argument, but I'm interested to hear from you. Which constitutional right have you lost since Donald Trump became president? See, it's always interesting. People are on a roll, they're on a roll, they're on a roll. And then when you ask them a pointed question, they run out of gas. It's like amazing you can talk all this. People lost due process, freedom of speech. Who? Which people have lost due process? Which people have lost freedom of speech? Exactly who, by name, have lost those rights? Because I know the answer, but it seems like you're just repeating the first 10 words of the answer. What are the next 10 words? Who lost due process? Iran just closed the entire airspace for all air traffic. Not like it's a huge deal. We close their airspace for them all the time. Google faster, man. You came out of the gate, guns blazing. I have all the easy talking points. I assume that the streamer that I jumped in, the show that I jumped into, I assume the streamer didn't know what he was talking about. But when he challenged me and actually makes me put some gray matter on the board, I have to Google really, really quickly. Illegal aliens, but before you say that they remove hardworking immigrants who haven't caused any crimes, you do realize that removing immigrants that work and pay taxes are going to lose the American economy $90 billion. Okay, you don't know what you're talking about. I do know what I'm talking about. And you had to call me Snowflake. First of all, yeah, they're removing illegal aliens. And I say on my show all the time that removing illegal aliens is dangerous because illegal aliens pay into Medicare and they pay into Social Security and they pay into the federal budget, because most of them that are here and able to evade detection are using stolen identities, which means as a victim of having my identity stolen, when my identity was stolen, I had 4 incomes into Social Security. So they showed up and they said, hey, what's going on? Wait, because you were crying that I'm simply saying allow MAGA and Republicans. No. Don't try to change your words like you didn't say what you said and now you don't want to be called out. First of all, nobody's crying. I'm challenging you and you don't like it. Show proof from multiple sources of what? That illegal aliens have stolen identities, they pay into Social Security. I'm literally making the same argument you're making. So you make an argument, I agree with you, and now you want sources for your own argument? You want me to source your argument when I agree with you. You literally said, this is what you said, and I agree with it. Illegal aliens, but before you say they remove hardworking immigrants who haven't caused any crime, you do realize removing illegal immigrants that work and pay taxes are going to lose Americans $90 billion in taxpayer money. And I literally said, wait, for what argument? My argument is your argument. I'm agreeing with you. I absolutely agreeing with you. That yes, the ones that are here and the ones that aren't committing crimes and the ones that are working, yes, they're using stolen IDs, but they're paying into Social Security, they're paying into Medicare, they're paying into the tax system, and they don't, yeah, what about them? That's your argument, dumb shit. So why don't you source your own argument? I mean, I can go and get the information, but that right there, you literally said the same fucking thing. So I have to source your argument? The Social Security Trustees Report highlights how immigration improves the trust's solvency. Social Security actuaries estimate the impact of immigration over 25, 50, and 75 years, showing in all time periods that as immigration increases, the trust fund decreases. When they actually get their legal status, then they can claim against it, hurting the trust. Show the source. There you go. Go read it. It's one of many. But what I find interesting is that it's literally your argument that I'm agreeing with. I'm agreeing with your argument that removing immigrants, that the only crime, and I want to remind you, you say illegal aliens who haven't committed any crimes. I want to remind you that crossing the border illegally is a crime, because I believe it's US Code 1835 states that you can be imprisoned for 6 months. If you appear in court and you can be put in prison, that is called an Article 3 court, which means it's a criminal offense. Regardless, your argument started with violating due process. There have been absolutely a handful of individuals who have had their due process violated. A handful. The problem is, a lot of people are making the discussion about ICE is deporting people without due process. If there is a final order of removal in your name, you've already had due process. Your due process was when that final order of removal. Not all illegal immigrants use stolen IDs. You're right. Not all of them do. I didn't say it's incorrect to assume all undocumented immigrants engage in this practice. I never said they all do. You made a statement. I agreed with you. Do some? Yes. Some get paid cash under the table. The ones that are getting paid cash under the table, in my opinion, are a bigger part of the problem. Due process is for everyone, including illegal immigrants. When did I ever say it wasn't? What I said was, when ICE detains an individual and deports them, if there's a final order of removal for them, they've already had due process. Now, the individual that got deported to El Salvador, that was a violation of his due process. Not being deported, but being deported to El Salvador. Because an American court had already said, you may deport him, you may not deport him to El Salvador. So his due process was impeded. And I am willing to say that individual's due process was impeded. But when ICE goes into an area, scoops up 30 people, but they already have the piece of paper that says, here's your final order of removal, they don't get another day in court because they don't need one. So how about the people getting picked up from meatpacking plants and instantly deported? As I just explained, but I'll do it one more time for you. If there's already a final order of removal for them, that is the end of their due process. They don't have the piece of paper. If they did, where is it? It's the warrant that they use. It's the justification. It's how they know where the person is. What do you think? ICE just has a magic ball where they say, where is this person today? Oh, shit. We haven't seen a piece of paper. They wear masks and give no information. Okay, if you actually want to have a discussion, they don't have to show anybody the piece of paper because a judge signed it. You do not have the same rights. The justification is look for brown people and arrest them. Okay, I'm going to help you out with something because you don't know me. You just came into a politics chat and started running off. I'm Irish. My wife's Mexican. My kids are half Irish, half Mexican. One of my kids, I make the joke with her that she better carry her military ID with her, otherwise she's going to be Dora the Deported. Because one of my daughters is dark-ass immigrant brown. My other daughters, one looks Swedish. How that happened, I don't know. And the other one looks Irish. So before you start running around that the justification is to look for brown people and arrest them, where exactly is that happening? Because either they're going to a meatpacking plant where they have a list of names and they say, are these people here? Or they're running around the streets picking up randos. Now, as far as the masks, it's happening everywhere. No, I'm going to tell you, it's not happening everywhere. It's not happening everywhere on the streets. Do you know how many ICE raids have been in my town? 0. In the neighboring towns? 0. They pick people up on the highways. Source that for me, would you? Because there are a handful of... I see it on video all the time. Really? Trust none of what you see. You know the context of it? Are there some states that cooperate with ICE? And when they make a detainment, they contact ICE? As they should? As is required by federal law? Specifically the 10th Amendment? Should local law enforcement be contacting the federal government when an individual who cannot prove citizenship is detained? Oh, you mean should people follow the federal law? Yes, they should. Are sanctuary cities and sanctuary states legal? No, they are not. The 10th Amendment specifically states the state's rights are anything that the federal government does not reserve. Only the federal government has the authorization to deal with immigration. Now, was Governor Abbott of Texas last year in violation of federal law? Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Governor Abbott should not have put Constantina wire up on the border. Fox News gets an exclusive ride-along for an immigrant bust in Miami. Okay, let's take a look. I usually don't look at things blind, but I'll look at this blind. I usually don't do this.
Nice. I just found a freelance.
But I will. Okay. New efforts are underway to turn basic traffic stops into immigrant enforcement operations to arrest and detain those in America illegally. Activists say this is unfair as driving isn't a crime, but proponents say criminals without licenses should be in jail, not behind the wheel of a car. Okay, hold on. Let's stop for a second. Driving without a license is a crime, period, in all 50 states and American territories. Driving without a license is a crime, period. We either agree on that point or we disagree on that point. If you want to disagree on that point, let's have that disagreement before we get into it. So I'm going to ask you, it's just a yes or a no question. Is driving without a license a crime? For anybody. Immigrant, person here on a visa, person born here. Is driving without a license a crime? It's illegal. Great. I don't care about the rest of your statement. It's illegal. It's a crime. We agree. We agree. Driving without a license, I don't care if they're doing anything violent. Because the moment you say, are they doing anything violent, then making drugs isn't a crime. Tax evasion isn't a crime. Fraud isn't. They're not doing anything violent. Okay, I steal your bank account. I didn't do anything violent. I steal your car. I didn't do anything violent. I steal your retirement. It's a double standard. No, it's not a double standard. Crimes are crimes. Crimes are crimes. Period. It's either a crime or it's not. Violent crime, to me, a violation is a violation. You steal my stuff while I'm not home. That's a crime. So we're in agreement, though. They committed a crime. You do realize they pay into the tax system. And what? What does them paying into the tax system, provided they're here legally or they're using documentation? Workers working under the table don't pay anything into the tax system. Well, what does that matter? We put Americans in jail for committing nonviolent crimes. An American who gets caught shoplifting goes to jail. Remove them all and you will have a 90 billion US debt wiped from the American tax system. Or you'll have 90 billion. Do you know what 90 billion in the... No, you won't. 90 billion? I'm going to stop you right there. You believe that 90 billion is going to have a demonstrative effect on a $6 trillion budget when, yes, they don't pay that 90 billion in, but we save a lot more than 90 billion not having to have ICE operations. I will happily live in a world, in a country. And remember, by the way, when I say illegal immigrants, I'm talking about my people too, because Europeans come over here illegally all the time. The budget for wealthy people, dude, 90 billion is nothing. 90 billion in the Department of Defense is a rounding error. 90 billion is shit we can't find. You're worried about 90 billion? The fucking military lost 2 trillion. And when I say lost, they can't fucking find it. They don't know where the shit it is. You're worried about 90 billion? Our DOD lost $2 trillion worth of shit. If your argument is over $90 billion, that's a bad argument.
And stepping up efforts looking for people who are not living here legally.
Landscaping trucks, state troopers, and eventually immigration agents.
So getting behind the wheel of a car could now mean one gets deported. And all across the country, traffic stops are becoming a new method of immigration enforcement. However, activists are sounding the alarm, saying that police are profiling immigrants, singling them out as they try to survive. Enforcement, however, activists are sounding the alarm, saying that police...
Right? This is your video, but there's fuckers in the trunk.
Police are profiling immigrants, singling them out as they try to survive. However,
singling them out while they try to survive. In a country they're in illegally. I mean, this is the piece that we constantly walk over. They're in the country illegally.
Opponents maintain pulling over those driving illegally doesn't just make our streets safer, it also ensures criminals living here without permission stop putting the general public in danger.
We got there as a yellow Mustang was being towed and a driver was being detained and didn't have a driver's license. No.
Okay, the driver didn't have a driver's license. Illegal immigrants work to get citizenship. No, they don't. Let me stop you right there. That right there is a bullshit statement, and let me tell you why. If you are in the country illegally, you cannot get citizenship. If you are here illegally, you are denied citizenship depending on the length of time. No, they don't. Dude, I am telling you this as the son of an immigrant. I have sponsored numerous members of my family. I have had to send people back home to Ireland because we weren't able to get their permanent resident card while they were here on their other visa. There is actually a grid in a matrix that tells you how long the penalty is for how long you're here over illegally. If you are here illegally, you cannot receive citizenship. Period. I'm actually I'll look for the chart for you in a second. If you're here, I believe it is 181 days. If you are here for 181 days longer than your visa allows, it's a 10-year wait before you can apply for citizenship again. So don't tell me that people here illegally are working towards their citizenship. They might want to get their citizenship, but you have to enter the country legally. Now, you might be under the belief that I think all immigrants are illegal immigrants. I know there's 49.5 immigrants in this country right now, and there's 10.99 illegals. I understand there is a difference between a person here on a visa, a person here on asylum, and a person here illegally. I recognize there's just under 11 million illegals. I think you're lumping me in with all the people who don't know the difference between a migrant worker here on a visa, somebody here on a visa, a student here on a visa, because some of the verbiage you've used today is like the brown people. Okay, and what? What about them? I don't give a shit about brown people. I give a shit about illegal aliens. If they're from Ireland, I want to boot their ass out first, just for credibility. If I could snap my fingers right now and remove all the Irish illegal immigrants, I'll kick all your fucking asses back over to the island. You want to fucking come here, and you fucking come here, you do it legal. Enter it legally and wait 10 years to get into the country. By the time you enemy the country, you could be killed running for your life because of someone. Hold on. That's a great argument. I'm going to ask you an honest to God question. If 1 in 5 American children live in poverty, and we lose veterans every single day to suicide because they can't get housing and they can't get psychiatric care, why should I care as a veteran about people here illegally when my brothers and sisters who are veterans can't get the money they're owed? Right? They can't get the money they're owed. You tell me, why am I supposed to put illegal immigrants above veterans who serve their country honorably? If you don't have a good answer for that, you need to stop being an advocate. Trump defunding all the services either way. It has nothing to do with Trump, man. Why are you blaming Trump? Why are you blaming Trump? Biden was president for 4 years. Trump was for 4 years before that. Obama was for 4 years before that. Trump didn't cut the VA. What did he cut? Waste in the VA. You want to keep blaming everything on Trump. Trump's been president for 6 months. By the way, when people say Trump cut the VA, do you forget that Congress passes the budget? Do you forget that Congress can specify where money? Yeah, he cut waste in the VA. For example, I'll give you a great example of waste in the VA. I don't use the VA. The only waste, no, see, here's the problem. You don't want to have a legitimate discussion. What branch did you serve in? Because if you didn't serve in the military, then the VA shouldn't be your discussion because you don't use the services. And if you did serve in the military and you're using the VA, why would you fight me on the idea that there's waste in the VA? I have to go to a completely unrelated evaluation to get the services that I need. For example, I don't use the VA because I have to drive 55 minutes. 55 minutes, which is 5 minutes inside of the radius that I could elect to use private healthcare. If the only health insurance I had was the VA, I would have to drive 55 minutes every week to get to healthcare appointment. But before I could even go and get treatment, I have to go to a physical. You served in the Norwegian Army and I'm agreement. Okay, but you didn't serve in the American military, so respectfully, I appreciate that you served in your Army's military, but you don't know dick about the American VA because you don't try to use it. Okay? So the problem becomes, you're like, Trump cut the VA. Yeah, what Trump cut was making me go to a routine physical. And like Phelan says, I have to wait 40 to 60 days to get a routine physical before I can go get mental health treatment. What he did was he said, we're getting rid of that bullshit. American vets I talk to hate what Trump did. Okay, I'm an American vet and I'm telling you, I don't hate it. He got rid of the need to go to a completely unrelated appointment in order to get the services I need. That's great. Did you know that under Donald Trump passed changes to the VA system where the military cannot allow you off of active duty until you have your VA rating? Are you aware of that? It used to be you lean heavily towards MAGA. You're right. I lean heavily towards Make America Great Again, but not their movement. I love my country. You're not even a fucking born American here. And you're coming in and you're telling me all the shit that we're doing wrong? It's easy for somebody from a small European country to say, you do it so badly. You don't allow illegal immigration. So how can you say all these things that America does is bad? It's against the fucking law in Norway. It's against the law to be an illegal there. They don't even let you in. And if they find you, they kick your ass out. So how is a member of the Norwegian army gonna say what we do is bad? Because you do the same thing. You don't even let them in. And it's not like you have this massive unsecured border of people trying to get in there. And by the way, if you want to talk about due process, our local law enforcement does not do deportations. We have a federal agency with another set of rules. Your police deport people in Norway. So help me out here. You want to vilify a country tell ICE to get rid of immigrants. Watch how hard it is for MAGA to do their jobs that Americans don't want to do. What are you talking about? Which ICE agents aren't doing their job? I want to remind you, you're making this argument that we're deporting people that are allowed to be here, which we're not doing. The name of the thing is illegal alien, violation of US Code 1835. That's why it's called illegal. That's why you have illegal immigrants, and then you have that grace period where they say you're unlawful status. Unlawful versus illegal. I'm talking about just deport them and wait till the pain happens. What pain? What pain? $90 billion. And what? We're operating on a $6.5 trillion budget. Okay? What pain are you talking about? If we got rid of the 10.99 million illegal aliens, they won't pay in 90 billion and we won't have to spend a bunch of money. Sure, farmers are going to have to pay a little bit more, but guess what? Most of the farmers, when they reference that, Americans aren't picking strawberries in 100-degree weather. You're right, but you know what the funny part is? Neither are illegal aliens. You know who's picking strawberries in 100-degree weather? Migrant workers. And you know what they aren't? They're not illegal aliens. And do you know why it's not illegals picking fruit? Because orchards in California, Oregon, and Washington are a really easy place for ICE to roll up to. You're like, I saw this video. Yeah, they're breaking the law. They're driving without a driver's license. You know what happens to me as an American, as a retired veteran, if I'm driving without a driver's license? They're going to pull me out of the vehicle. They're probably, since I'm from a small town, they're probably going to do me a solid and say, is there somebody that can come pick up your vehicle? And if there's not, they're going to tow my shit too. So where is the outrage? See, this is what I don't get. Where is the outrage that they get the same treatment? They get the same treatment that Americans get. Do that shit in some other countries. And since you wanted to go down this route, let's talk about illegal immigration in other countries. Scottish TV 2. Let's watch. I think this might be the one.
The most disgusting case, well, one of the most disgusting cases I've seen in recent days, weeks, whatever. A man called Sadek Niksad, 29, raped a 15-year-old girl following her down the street in broad daylight in a town in Scotland. Entered the UK illegally 2 years before the attack from Afghanistan. He harassed her and then went and raped her in a courtyard. This is the man pictured. And we're not deporting him.
Well, no, he arrived on a small boat just a few years ago. At the court, he was shouting and screaming at the judge. But most extraordinarily, his counsel, acting for him on the taxpayer's pound, was saying that there were significant cultural differences between the UK and Afghanistan, where this asylum seeker came from. And
okay, you at least said that is evil, but not all illegals are like that. But let me help you out here. You say deporting a 4-year-old with cancer, not a good look. Okay, deporting a 4-year-old with cancer. A 4-year-old with cancer. Are they American? Are they American? Because it's either yes or no. Are you telling me that 0 American 4-year-olds have cancer? And the answer is no. My family was really close with another family, and their 19-year-old daughter just died of leukemia. American kids have cancer. American kids have leukemia. The question for you is, if we don't have America in a state where we can actively absorb these people with 0 detriment to our society, why do people keep making the argument of, well, we need to cater to 10.99 million people? Okay, now that 4-year-old kid dies in his country, and it's a travesty. And 50,000 Palestinian children have died due to Gazan aggression. And countless thousands of Ukrainian children have died because of Russian aggression. Kids die. Okay? But how about instead of running at a $2 trillion deficit every year, why don't we be like some of those European countries with a 0 tolerance for illegal immigration? And then when we're not see, you keep getting caught up on the 90 billion, which 90 billion is 1%. Less than 1% of our budget. Gaza is in Palestine. You mean Israeli aggression? Did I not say Israel? There is no Palestine. The people are Palestinian. There is no Palestine, which is a travesty in and of itself. The big beautiful bill is going to balloon the deficit. Okay, I agree with you. The big beautiful bill is going to balloon the deficit. Absolutely. I said Gazan aggression. Okay, if I said Gazan aggression, I apologize. There's not a Palestine. There's never been a Palestine. If you want to make this argument, you're going to look really terrible. Israel didn't take over anything. I'm going to help you out here. You're historically incorrect. Israel didn't take over anything. Great Britain took over the area when they defeated the Ottoman Empire in World War I. There was a Palestinian mandate, and then that got all turned to shit. And then the land had to be divided between the Jews out of Germany that had just been exterminated and the Palestinian people. I will remind you that I condemn Israel and their fucking war crimes. But I want to remind you that Israel has offered 8 different versions of a Palestine to the Palestinian people. 8 different times they've said, let's split it this way, or let's split it this way, or let's split it this way. After World War II, they came to where Palestine was. Well, first of all, stop saying where Palestine was. There has never, ever, ever in the history of time been a nation called Palestine. You want to go all the way back to Roman times, it was an area called Syria Palestina. There has never been a nation called Palestine. Now, some people are going to try to hit me with that argument that says, well, what about the passports? Okay, what about the passports? I had a passport once that said Department of Defense. That doesn't mean there's ever been a country called Department of Defense. Those passports were issued by the Ottoman Empire. I am not saying that there shouldn't be a Palestine. But instead of us having a discussion about why there should be a Palestine, if you keep bringing in, yeah, but it wasn't a country, crazy. It was a region called Syria Palestina. It was never a country. It was a province. It's the same as saying Texas was once a republic. Yes, Texas used to be a country. Abso-fucking-lutely. Texas was a country. It was a republic. The 13 original colonies in America were countries. Illinois has never been a country. But stop blaming Israel for it. You blame Israel for the shit that's Israel's fault. Israel didn't take it over. Stop blaming Israel for that piece. Because if you say it was a region taken over by Israel, then I get to counter with you that the whole world agrees that the Israelites lived in Canaan before they were expelled by the Pharaoh of Egypt. Don't make it about that argument, because then I get to go all the way back to the beginning of history, blame Israel for creating Israel. No, I can't blame Israel for creating Israel, and this is why you give legitimacy to the argument. Israel existed before Syria Palestina. And nobody on the planet disputes that. None of the civilized nations dispute that. None of them. King David of what? King David of Israel? Oh shit. See, if we keep trying to say Israel has no legitimacy to be there because the Palestinians were there, then they created Israel off the blood of Muslims in the area. No, they didn't. Israel didn't do that. No, they weren't the aggressors. Crazy, if you want to have an academic discussion, you have to be academically correct. The Jews were brought to the brink of extinction in Germany by the Holocaust. The Allies said, we're giving you this land. They have absolute legitimacy. If your argument, no, you got to stop, man. I am all for you being mad at Israel for its present day aggression, and we can talk about that. But Israel, the Jews of Germany, were transient. They had no home. Great Britain, France, United States said, hey, Great Britain said, hey, you know their ancestral homeland? We're going to put them back there. because we own it. If you want to blame something, blame Great Britain. The Holocaust was zero, but they shouldn't have killed the Muslims. They didn't. They fucking didn't. So stop blaming them for it. They didn't fucking do what you're saying they did. Blame them for shit that they did, and we can all get it. We can all get down. We can all get down at the table to look at Israel and say, hey, you're bombing the fucking Gazans and you're killing children. I think we can all agree to that. But as long as people like you keep filling up the ether with this bullshit noise, then people like me that want to get to 2025, you're like, well, the fucking Jewish army that stood by, wait, they did historical records after World War II show it to be true. Okay, well, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with the 6-Day War? Because I'm going to ask you a question. Are you familiar with the 6-Day War? Without Googling. Yeah, he's probably like... It's like we're on Final Jeopardy. Do, 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 do. No, okay. So, in all of the wars, it's a war. You're right. It's a war. I want you to recognize something about Israel. Israel's motive for peace. Here's an interesting thing. If you're not familiar with the 6-Day War, then you shouldn't be talking about Israel and Palestine to begin with, because you're not familiar with all the stuff. So as you know, this is Egypt. And Egypt, along with their ally, attacked Israel. And this is Israel, right? No, wrong map. This is Israel, give or take. Egypt attacked Israel. And Israel pushed Egypt all the way back across the Sinai Peninsula in less than 6 days. And Egypt, by rule of law, had seized all of this. All of this. All of it. They had all of that. And by rule of international law, they could turn around and they could say, the war is over, we're keeping this. In order to have peace in the Middle East with their ally, with who they hoped to have a good neighboring relationship with, they gave all of this back to Egypt. They didn't claim it. They gave all of that back in the name of peace. Egypt has been attacked and attacked and attacked. Or I'm sorry, Israel has been attacked and attacked and attacked. And every time they've done what they've needed to have peace. You say that Israel went into the Middle East and they killed all the Muslims. Which Muslims did they kill? Which ones? Because Israel didn't have an army in Germany and then decide we want our homeland back and roll down there. The Jews literally were picked up by the Allies and put there and said, here's your new home. And there was a mandate called the Palestine Mandate. No, they didn't start a war. They didn't start a war. Israel didn't start the war. What are you talking about? Israel has been attacked over and over and over again. Israel has on 8 occasions presented to Gaza and the West Bank and the Palestinian organization that we want peace. 8 times they've offered them a country. They didn't occupy the nation. You're using the wrong words. The Jews were put there by the Allies. They didn't go down there with the military. They didn't conquer it. Great Britain did. Like 30 years prior. The Ottoman Empire ceded the land to Great Britain at the end of the war. The Ottoman Empire thought so little of the people that lived there, it wasn't worth fighting anymore over. The Ottomans said, in order to have peace, you can have that. Okay? Now, you keep saying this Israel, the Israelis, they went in, they murdered people, bloodshed, all these things, right? Can I not actually get on this website today? I apologize. Apparently something going on in the world. No, they didn't. You haven't proved a single thing that the Israelis murdered and butchered Muslims. So at this point, I'm going to tell you, you're going to be in timeout until you can give me something empirical that I know where you're getting it from. Otherwise, I'm going to have to just assume you're an anti-Semite and you're just talking out your ass. You need to give me something so I know where you got the idea that the Jews showed up in Israel and then butchered Muslims. I'm going to need to see that, or you're going to not get to hang out with the rest of the class anymore, because I can't let that keep going because you keep saying the same thing. They didn't. That's not what happened. Yeah, he's correct. The land was split up after World War II. And 8 different times, Israel has offered a Palestine. Like, literally. The people, yeah, I can't get to Hamas's website right now. But if you look at the Hamas, I can't get on. Is anybody, if you're going to keep saying, if your argument is, I'm not anti-Semitic, my father is Jewish, that doesn't mean anything to me. Because I know lots of people that hate the nationality of their parents. My statement for you was, you keep saying that the Jews went into Israel and they killed all the Muslims. I want to remind you that happened during the Crusades too. And it was the English that did it, and it was the French that did it. So I also want to remind you that this war that started 2 years ago was started by Hamas. Hamas went into Israel and killed 1,200 people. Yeah, Iran fired missiles at Ayudid and then a base in Iraq. They all missed. I hate the Zionist state of Israel. I don't hate the Israel nationality, so don't accuse me of something. I've now said to you at least 3 times, give me a link to something empirical so I know where you're getting the idea that the Jews butchered and murdered Muslims. See, I'm asking for the receipt now. Now, my receipt, unfortunately, I can't get on right now because I cannot get on the Hamas website. The Hamas website is currently down. But it's a little weird to say that Israel's, and I'm not giving Israel a pass, but because I condemn Israel for their war crimes right now. But in Hamas's charter, it literally says, we will destroy the nation of Israel. Literally in 2017, Hamas's policy as a replacement to their 1988 charter says they would not accept a Palestinian state if Israel continues to be recognized. Well, I'm sorry. Israel is a nation. And the truth is, Balian from the movie Kingdom of Heaven probably had it right. We should have just burnt, the fucking English should have just leveled Jerusalem. They should have leveled all of it. Because then nobody would want it. And I'm not saying the Palestinian people don't deserve a country. When you say destroy the nation of Israel, don't you agree right there? They're confirmed. Well, Hamas doesn't dispute that Israel is a nation because Israel is recognized by the UN. Hamas, and they say they don't want a nation as long as a nation known as Israel is inside what they consider to be their borders. And if you hear their protests are from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Now, I don't mind if somebody wants to say what Israel is doing is wrong. I agree with you. What Israel's doing is wrong. I condemn Israel because I don't care what you're doing. If killing 50,000 children confirmed, 42,000 UN confirmation, 50,000. I got my sources from my Muslim friends. Oh, well, what are they? Share them. Go ahead and share them. Because you don't get to say, I got my sources from those people and blame those people. You are accountable for the words of your voice. Because you shared those words, you adopted those words. I'm going to clue you in now that you seem to be on the brink of realization. Israel was given land that belonged to other people. Nobody disputes that. But the argument absolutely cannot be that it was the Palestinian land before it was the Israeli land, because then history tells you Israel had a right to it to begin with. By that argument, they showed me images of their family's house. And again, nobody's disputing that. Nobody is disputing that. But your argument was that Israel butchered all the Muslims living there. They murdered they live there. Right. They showed me records of their family past where Israel once stood. And what? My family has a document giving us land in England, but then my clan was booted. We have the document. Well, somebody in the family has the document. It's a historical record. We were given an estate, and then my clan was late to a fight. And this is going back about 900 years. We were late. We didn't not show up. We showed up late. My family is a family of spearmen, pikemen. We were late. We were late. Estate was stripped. Whole family was put on boats, kicked over to Ireland. Does that mean I can show back up on that land now with this 800, 900-year-old document and say, get the fuck out, it's mine? No, I can't. We can keep pissing around about what happened in 1918. Or we can say, you know what? This shit is wrong. Let's make Israel go home, and let's get Hamas a country called Palestine. I'll be right back. All right. I'm in here fucking sweating my ass off. I'm living in modern America. It feels like 112 outside. Now, back to the discussion we were having. I'm not good at debate. All I know is the nation of Israel is not justified to kill innocents in Gaza. Great. That's a great position. And you know what? I'm going to help you out. I hope from today forward, you do one of two things. I hope you either, one, start with today, go all the way backward through history, and learn what actually happened. Or two, I hope that you stop trying to make an argument about Israel and their illegitimacy and just focus on today and focus on we can, and like I said, right? And this is the goal. This is the goal that everybody should have. You got Israel, you got the US, you got Gaza Strip, you have the West Bank, you have England, France, Germany, Russia, Japan. And you know what would be great? If all of these people would all look at Israel and say, you're committing war crimes. You're committing war crimes. But we can't do that. We can't do that because, and this isn't a personal attack on you, it's the reality of the situation. Individuals like you continue to fill up the ether with bullshit. And so instead of everybody at the table being able to look at Israel and saying, you're committing war crimes, people have to turn to the ether and say, that's not how it happened. And we have to do that because the moment we don't make that argument, remember 2 years ago, Putin threatened the United States saying a purchase of Alaska was illegal. Well, we have to address that. That means France could come back and say the Louisiana Purchase, and Mexico could come back and say the sale of California, and Texas could say, remember the Alamo, we're going independent. And Spain could be like, well, isn't Florida ours? Yeah, it sucks, man. It sucks. And being Irish, everybody should understand, if you understand geopolitics, you should understand that I hate England because England gave up their entire fucking empire except the 6 northern counties of Ireland. Israel attacking Iran was unjustified, and Trump attacking Iran was unjustified. I agree with you. Here's the thing. You came into a politics channel ill-informed and ill-equipped because you didn't ask me a single thing about me. You didn't look around. You didn't ask a question. You just started spouting just some bullshit. But you and I agree on more things than we disagree with. But you want to come in with this whole America is being bad to the brown people. Okay? The population of Norway, just so we're clear on something, the population of Norway is 5.25 million. I need you to put this into some perspective. The population of Norway is 5.5 million. Finland is 5.5 million. America has 10.99 million illegals. We have more fucking illegal aliens than 2 Scandinavian countries. Resonate that for a second. We have more illegals than Norway has people. I'm probably going to move back soon. Get out before it becomes Trump America. Get out then. Ready? Watch this. Watch this. Get the fuck out. I ain't going to miss you because you have a head full of shitty ideas. You don't want to face the reality of anything across the political spectrum. So guess what? Go. Obviously, you came here for a reason. You don't like it anymore. Get the fuck out. Go back to Norway or fucking Finland or Sweden or wherever you come from. Go. Ain't no one gonna beg you to stay. Go. I'm probably gonna get out before it becomes Trump America. But Trump's been president for 6 months and I'm still here. Yeah, I don't think Iran is unjustified, but I wish Iran and the U.S. came to a more reasonable negotiation. Absolutely. In a month, I'll leave. Why a month, man? Hold on. Somebody get ice on Krabby. I want to see paper. I want to see a visa. I want to see documentation. Yeah, Iran is the major state sponsor of terrorism. Russia doesn't sponsor anywhere near as much terrorism as Iran does. Iran is backing Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthi rebels. Do I think that the U.S. was justified in bombing Iran? No, I don't. But Russia backs Iran. Hold on a second. I got a video.
Disgusting case.
Why would I ban you? Why would I ban you? If I would do anything, if I wanted to do anything, I would report you to Twitch for being an anti-Semite. Based on all the things you said. If I wanted to do anything, I'd report you to Twitch and have your account nuked for disinformation.
Why aren't Iran's allies helping it after these attacks by Israel? The first reason is because Iran is weak. It's for years been putting forward proxy groups around the region like Hezbollah in Lebanon, Shia militias in Iraq, and the Houthi rebels in Yemen. It's been supporting them as part of this strategy called forward defense. Basically, it thought of these non-state armed groups as an insurance policy against the day that Iran was ever attacked. But Israel has been slowly dismantling, or in some cases quickly destroying, the arms of these groups, like in Lebanon with Hezbollah last year. Israel destroyed a large part of Hezbollah's missile arsenal, killed most of its leaders, and has largely forced the group out of southern Lebanon. Now Hezbollah is just issuing strongly worded statements condemning Israel's aggression, but isn't lifting a finger to help Iran. And prior to those strikes on Hezbollah, Israel considered that group a more immediate threat than Iran itself. So that's the first reason. Iran's weak, its main defense system has failed, and its allies are weak too. But what about its international allies? They're not weak. China and Russia are Iran's biggest supporters in the international arena, and neither of them could be called weak. But Russia hasn't lifted a finger to help Iran, despite Iran helping it in Russia's war against Ukraine. Iran's been supplying things like drones to the Russian military, which have been used in extensive strikes on Ukraine, and Russia was supposed to help Iran build a better air defense system. Clearly that didn't happen. Russia's also said that its understanding of the defense partnership between the two countries doesn't extend to helping if Iran's attacked. So there's no help coming for Iran from Russia. And in terms of China, China tends to provide Iran with more political rather than material support. And it's also got a lot at stake. China is a major player in global trade, particularly with the US. And people are saying, why would it risk that in order to help Iran while Iran's getting pounded by Israel and may soon get hit by the United States as well? What would happen if Iran's government falls? So Israel has been talking about the potential collapse of Iran's theocratic regime, the Islamic Republic that was formed in a revolution 46 years ago. The problem with this thinking and the idea that Iranians might rise up and topple their unpopular and repressive government is that Iran doesn't have a single unified opposition faction. Those groups are opposed and are not at all popular with many Iranians. And Iran is a multi-ethnic society with a lot of different interests and factions, many of whom intensely dislike each other.
Okay, that's the only thing he says in the video that's incorrect. No, that's really not. That's really not true about Iran. And that's last week when we talked about the Ted Cruz not knowing the makeup of Iran, when there would have been a briefing packet put together about the makeup. Yes, it's fair to say that like 60% of the country is Persian, 10% is Kurd, the other 30% is a mixed bag. But when 90 to 95% of the country is one sect of the same religion, generally they don't fight among themselves. They generally like shake their fingers at each other. It's like the 5 sects of Christianity in Jerusalem. They don't get down like that. I'm gonna show. We went long. They went long, but since whenever anybody commits something, I try to show it. So we're gonna switch back to the irony of this.
Just what?
Which goes along with what was being said, but there's some humor here about other countries and illegal immigration.
This
video is in Tijuana. The Central Americans showed up in Tijuana. Nobody likes illegal immigration. Let's see what the Mexicans in Mexico did to the Central Americans, please. Shoot it, Rob.
What's this, Ricky?
This is in Tijuana when a Central American caravan came to Tijuana. And look at the signs. Well, you'll see them right now, Pat. It's only a minute-long video. No a la invasión. No to the invasion. No a la invasión. This is in Mexico. This is not LA.
Those are the Mexicans on the other
Mexico.
side.
You can't make this up. Look how they're treating the Central Americans. Puro Tijuana cabrones. Look. Primero nuestros pobres, no invasión. Tijuana, no, de primero México. First America.
Give us a little subtitle,
Inmigrantes,
Ricky.
no, sí, ilegales, no la invasión. Mexico does this, you hypocrites. That's what me off. Mexico does this. You want to make, racist, fascist. If you don't support the cause, then you're implicit. Silence is implicit. What about this?
All right, so I'm gonna give you the President Jalan solution, because I don't like to fuck about with just talking about the problem. I want to tell you what the solution is, and this is where we've been getting it wrong. We've been getting this shit wrong for years and years and years and years and years, right? Here's how we needed to solve the problem, and it would have just worked, right? Stop trying to build a fucking like 2,000-mile wall with the border of Mexico, because they don't want them in their fucking country either. And that's what every American administration for the last 25 years. What you got to do is you got to go to fucking Mexico and you got to say, look, we don't want to build a wall up here anymore. Cause ready? Look at it. We're gonna bump this up so it really pops. Look at the size of the fucking wall we would need to build, right? We don't want to build a wall that fucking big on the border of Mexico. You're our allies. What we want to do is we want to come right the fuck down here. We want to build a fucking wall there. And then guess who would be 100% on top of that shit? Mexico. Do you guys realize, and we can talk about this more on Wednesday, do you realize that Mexico objects to the wall? Because then all the people coming this way get as far as Mexico? No, fuck, dude. We'll maintain it. We'll fucking maintain it. But guess how we'll maintain it? In America, we got this crazy shit called, as the other guy argued, we got this crazy shit called due process in America. In terms of manpower, no, we'll send people down. We'll send people to the fucking wall. We'll make it a fucking TDY. We'll make it a fucking a 1095, not a 1095. I'm sorry. We'll make it CED orders. We'll fucking put military members down there. The Mexicans know how to fucking party. There'll be some fucking cantinas. Yeah, we know that we're gonna have to carry the heavy load between 2 and 4 while they're at siesta. But that's okay. The Coronas will be cold and the tacos will be hot. Mexico, oh shit, man, there's about 1,000 people marching towards the wall. Mexico would say, hey, Americans, go fucking get tacos. The Mexicans would be eating a taco and they'd hear gunfire and be like, who the fuck they shooting at? And then an officer like me would be like, you don't ask that question. Pass a taco. The next day you get up in the wall and there's just a bunch of dead bodies. Where'd they come from? Yo no sé. Captain Jalan, while you were down on the wall in Mexico, did you witness any war crimes? Yo no sé. Yeah. Here's the piece, and then I got to get out of here because I'm with all this fucking computer equipment on here. I'm literally dripping sweat, 112 fucking degrees, my fucking ass. Elect me president, and guess what? I will invite the federales into America to come pick up their criminals, because there is a reason why everybody's afraid of the federales. Because they're like the ATF, the DEA, the CIA, and the FBI all rolled into one asshole that has a license to kill. The federales have a fucking policy of shoot first, shoot second, and if anybody's left alive, maybe ask a question or two, but then you're going to spend 40 hours on the range because you left somebody alive. What people don't realize is Mexico's president has been fighting with us with the wall for 20 fucking years because they don't want the problem. Move the problem down to the fucking south wall. Move the problem down. You notice that Canada doesn't have a problem. We have a problem with Canada. Little tiny problem. Almost like they were one of the... Yeah, Poland doesn't have this problem. Poland doesn't have this problem. Because Poland's prime minister literally said, how many Middle Eastern refugees have we taken in? 0. And when he got called out on it, don't you feel bad? No, because our people said no. Yeah, we have a teeny tiny problem with Canada. Like 0.5% of the fentanyl in this country comes from Canada. That's because Canada has this really cool fucking thing. Why is our border with Canada unsecured? Because Canada asks a few questions when you're coming in. In America, they don't, fucking half the time, they don't ask no questions. If your visa's good, they let you in. Canada's like, we got to ask you a couple of questions. How much money do you have? $1,500. You have $1,500 for a 6-month stay? No, you're not coming in. Who sponsored your visa? They're going to have to come down here. We have some questions for them. That's why in Canada, people don't sponsor visas for people that they're not like this with. Because if you, I've sponsored visas for my family. They get here, and I'm like, hey, fuckwit. Do you have a job yet? No. We'll get a job. Well, I can't find anything. Then go home. If they come here and they're on a tourist visa, and I find out they have a job, I walk up to them like, you just quit your job. Well, I need money. Not on my fucking signature, you don't. You got to go get the fuck out, and then I'll bring you here on a work visa. You ain't getting my ass in trouble. In Canada, if the person whose visa you sponsored fucks about, they fuck with you. They show up. They're like, hey, do you know this person? Where the fuck is this person? When you went through the naturalization interview in the States, I thought it was a joke. They asked me who the current president is. How old were you? Because the citizenship test can be a little daunting. Which I think is funny because you were 21. The citizenship test can be a little daunting, but the sad part is the average American would fail it. Anyway, I am sitting... No, it's 5 million, not 500,000. It's 5 mil. I'm sweating. I'm sitting in a puddle of sweat. I got to get out of here. I will see you guys on Wednesday.